Chapter 1552. Not bad, Brother Haoyue. You didn't say a word and you even have a kid. You brought him back just like that. Aren't you making us anxious? Compared to you, we are too far behind. Li Heishui said. Compared to the past, Ji Haoyue was calmer. His face was still handsome and the unique pressure of a divine king was thicker. The aura between his brows was very terrifying. He really looked like a god that had descended. He was always very serious. He held his son's hand. Only when he looked at the child would he show a trace of love. It was very different from his usual temperament. This was already very rare. Why didn't the child's mother come back? Li Heishui asked. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't say much. He just let the child call him uncle and bowed to everyone. This was a very sensible child. His eyes were clear and his black hair fell on his shoulders. He was very handsome. Although he was young, he showed a kind of heroic spirit at an early age. He was very similar to Ji Haoyue. He saluted seriously and kept calling him uncle. His firm little face, clear and melodious voice, and meticulous etiquette made people like him very much. Uncle has a big gift for you. Dong Fang Yi walked forward and gave an ancient scripture. This was the secret of the barbarian race. It was a peerless book for tempering muscles and bones. It was only suitable for children. It wasn't the best in the world. How could the barbarian race dominate the world? This kind of secret book was the foundation. Many people wanted to get it, but it was impossible. It had always been used by the Supreme Elder to build the foundation for the children in the race. After seeing Ji Haoyue nod in agreement, the child took it and said, "Thank you, uncle. This is your aunt." When it was Ji Ziyue's turn to be introduced, Ji Haoyue held the child's hand and said seriously, "Aunt." His little face was filled with joy as he called out happily. Ji Ziyue really didn't expect her brother to bring a child back. Family was priceless and blood was thicker than water. After so many years, seeing her brother again made her so emotional that tears almost flowed out. At this time, she squatted down and held the little fellow's hand. No matter how she looked at it, she loved him. She took out many precious gifts and stuffed them into the little fellow's hand. She dotingly touched his head and said softly, "Tell aunt, what is your name?" "Ji Chengdao." The little guy's voice was very clear. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Then, they revealed looks of shock. This name was truly impressive, yet too special. It made everyone look at each other in dismay. "I hope that one day, he will achieve something," Ji Haoyue said, looking a little lonely. Everyone knew that this was Ji Haoyue's feelings. He seemed to have placed all his hopes on his child. Something must have happened to him over the years. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression as she looked at her brother. He had failed to bring her sister-in-law back and even gave the child such a name. There must be something going on. "I lost in the starry sky. It was a fair battle, but I lost miserably." There was no suspense at all. The difference in strength was huge. Ji Haoyue calmly said. However, everyone could see a desolate look in the depths of his eyes. Needless to say, there was definitely a great disparity in the results of that battle, or else he wouldn't be like this. He most likely encountered an unimaginably powerful expert. Ji Chengdao clenched his fist and said, "I want to fight on the Emperor's road on behalf of my father." "Who is that?" the sacred prince said. He did not say that he would avenge Ji Haoyue, as that might hurt his dignity. However, it was clear that he was going to take action. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't want to say it out loud. At that moment, Jizi walked over. Ji Haoyue was stunned and then he bowed, "Greetings, little ancestor." As time went on, he became more and more dignified. Moreover, he started to be serious in everything he did, unlike Ji Ziyue who called him little ancestor but only treated him like an elder brother. Jizi nodded his head and kept silent. He took out a jade talisman and placed it on Ji Chengdao's neck. This talisman was really simple and gave off an unfathomable aura. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this talisman was extraordinary. If they guessed correctly, it should have been left by the Void Emperor and given to Ji Zi. Now, he actually gave it to Ji Haoyue's son. If you have something to say, then say it. I will seek an explanation for you. The G family has never feared anyone. Jeezy said. He didn't say much, but his words were really forceful. It was obvious that he wanted to stand up for Ji Haoyue. At the side, Ji Chengdao's eyes turned red and he said, "Little ancestor, I miss my mother." Ji Haoyue fell silent and didn't say anything. And when the little guy saw his father like this, he didn't continue to say anything. He pursed his lips. Obviously, they had some stories in the galaxy. Perhaps it was unbearable to recall, or perhaps it was heart-wrenching, but the divine King Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to say it. Little brother is so cute. Come, big sister will give you a present too. Little Qa walked up and giggled, breaking the silence. I say, little brother, follow big brother. In the future, I will make you a deputy sect leader and make you a supreme Buddha. Flower had a bald head, and he walked up. His forehead was shiny, and he was very different from the others. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding against him like he was a wolf, and he was basically the same as the Black Emperor and Duanda. How sad. Flower shook his head. Cough. The large black dog coughed lightly and walked up. He put on a very serious expression, and he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He had the bearing of an otherworldly expert, and he said, "Give him to me as an in-name disciple." Go. Everyone objected in unison. It was as if they were guarding against thieves, wolves, and hooligans. They didn't let him get close, and they were really afraid that he would snatch a good child away. What do you all mean? If I were to teach him, he would at least become a sect ancestor in the future. Do you see Flower? I raised him. What do you think? His abilities aren't bad, right? He said proudly with his hands behind his back. Flower was such a good child in the past, but he was led astray by you and Duanda. Everyone scolded him together. Flower had a large bald head, and he put on an innocent expression. His expression and demeanor indicated that all of this had nothing to do with him. I've watched him grow up. This little baldy doesn't need me to teach him at all. He was born to be a bad person. You all have wronged me too much, the Black Emperor said angrily. Doggy, don't lead children astray. Little Nan walked over, and her large eyes were very lively. She tugged at his tail, and raised her head to remind him. Everyone laughed, and the Black Emperor felt greatly ashamed. When Yi Fan was introduced, Ji Haoyue's expression wasn't very good. It was still the same as before, and he naturally didn't like him because he always felt that he had let down his younger sister. However, in front of the child, he didn't express anything. It was a routine introduction. Greetings, Uncle Yi Fan. I've heard of Uncle Yi's fame in the starry sky. It's spread among many races, and many experts on the ancient path are very afraid of you. The little fellow was very pure, and he expressed his thoughts on his face. He seemed to admire Yi Fan a lot, and his little face was filled with excitement as he clenched his little fists. Yi Fan smiled and rubbed his head. He directly handed over a set of great sage armor, which shocked everyone. Artifacts were easy to refine, but divine materials were hard to find. Many great sage couldn't find a completely compatible divine weapon in their entire lives. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Fan took action, he immediately brought out such a precious gift. This was especially the case for a child, making others raise their eyebrows. This was obtained from the flying snake race, forged from stellar divine sand. It flowed with a dreamlike radiance. In the current world, this could already be considered a top-grade treasure. It was truly too wasteful to give it to a child. Even a clan that had produced a great emperor like the Ji family would definitely display such a weapon in their treasury. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used or shown to others. Yi Fan used his great magic power to personally refine it, allowing this flying serpent divine clothes to change size at will. It flowed with 5-colored divine light. As for the deity inside, it had long been refined by him, and there wouldn't be any backlash. This made it even more precious. In the heavenly village, everyone toasted and exchanged toasts. All kinds of delicacies were served, and the last main dish was made by the old soaring serpent who had almost become the quasi-emperor. This kind of flesh was hard to find in this world. It was sparkling and translucent, and contained boundless multicolored light. It possessed great life energy. The Black Emperor stuck his tongue out and said angrily, "That damned old snake, his death isn't worth pitying. That's the origin of a great emperor. He interfered and ruined my plans. In the end, he didn't even get a single strand of hair after chasing after it. The only regrettable thing was that Longma and the others hadn't returned yet. No one knew where they had gone to train. Now that all living beings in the universe had appeared, they were moving around and trying to befriend each other. In the end, the cups and plates were in a mess. Sacred Prince, GZ, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui and the others were drinking to their heart's content. The Black Emperor was also very satisfied. His 2 disciples poured wine for him at the side. As for little Nan Nan, she had already run off with the little fellows in the village. They were having a lot of fun. Only Ji Haoyue was like a black-faced god. He stared at Yi Fan without blinking. The dignified aura of a divine king pervaded the air like an undulating ocean. At the side, even Qi Luo, old Saber Honcho and the others felt uncomfortable, let alone the main character, Yi Fan. He could only drink and barely touched the food. Hua Hua was secretly happy. After eating, she wiped her mouth and ran away, ignoring her master. The straightforward Kaide kindly reminded Yi Fan that he had to eat the food when drinking, otherwise it would be tasteless. However, this made Yi Fan feel even more tasteless. He felt a headache coming on. Little Q was very attentive. She picked up some food for Yi Fan and then retreated. With such a senior here, even if she wanted to say something, it was still not enough. When almost everyone had left, only GZ, Black Emperor, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, and a few others were left. Ji Haoyue put down his wine cup heavily and stared at Yi Fan, saying, "You're going to make my sister wait for so many years like this." He stood up and strode towards Yi Fan. Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, and the others hurried to stand up and stop him. They were afraid that the 2 of them would start a fight. "I want an explanation," Ji Haoyue shouted. To stand up for his sister, he didn't hesitate to fight. "What explanation do you need? You're back. Let them enter the bridal chamber. You and I will attend a grand wedding. How nice it is." Black Emperor drank the last mouthful of wine and threw away his cup. "Engagement," Jizi said. His words were simple and forceful. "Not bad. I've always wanted to see my nephew's birth." Sacred Prince cheered and laughed. "Not bad. It's a good idea." Qi Luo clapped his hands. He thought it was a good idea. Instantly, the news was spread out. Li Heishui had inherited Tu Fei's big mouth. He shouted everywhere in the village. Soon, everybody knew that Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were going to get engaged today. Chapter 1553. What? Master is getting married? I just left for a while. Why is it so fast? I thought that Master Uncle Haoyue would beat Master up, Hua Hua said unkindly. Pa. The Sacred Prince smacked his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear, and it traveled far. Master Uncle, you can't be like this. Every time we meet, you don't say anything and just give me a pot sticker. That's not right. Hua Hua protested angrily. It's because you weren't beaten up when you were young. That's why you look like this. The Sacred Prince said calmly. After saying that, he smacked him again. Hua Hua, #yuan %, however, he could only mutter to himself. He didn't dare to smile mischievously in front of the monkey. This master uncle was purely addicted to smacking him. It was a habit. Congratulations, congratulations. After so many years of fighting and bloodshed, it's time for you to have a family. Especially before the path of celestial ascension opens. In the future, both husband and wife will ascend to immortality. Li Heishui, the blabbermouth who had inherited Tu Fei's fine tradition, came to congratulate. The news had already spread in the village. Today, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were getting engaged. However, of the 2 involved, one offended his brother-in-law and was forced to do something beyond his abilities. The other just found out and was in a daze. Ji Ziyue was in a daze. This result had appeared in her mind before, but it had never appeared. Now that there was such news, she was in a daze. "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Little Nan Nan came to her side and raised her head. She blinked her big bright eyes and used a small hand to tug at the corner of her clothes. No. Nothing. Ji Ziyue had never been as flustered as she was today. Even in front of a little girl, her pretty face was a little red. She was at a loss. Everything happened too suddenly. She wanted to reject because she wasn't ready. She didn't want to be in such a hurry. However, at this moment, a group of people came. Some of the aunties of the heavenly village were all here to congratulate her. At this time, Ji Haoyue also walked over. As if seeing the hesitation and indecision in her sister's heart, she grabbed her hand and led her away. She stood in front of Yi Fan and glared at him. A match made in heaven, a match bestowed by the heavens, a pair in the human world, a pair on earth. Everyone shouted loudly. Amidst the jeering, Ji Ziyue calmed down. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yi Fan silently. Yi Fan had already thought about it for a long time. At this moment, he knew that he absolutely could not hesitate, and even more so, he could not hesitate. Otherwise, it might be very hurtful. At this moment, all the knots in his heart, the people and matters of the past were almost instantly put down. Yi Fan couldn't forget the time when he was about to leave the Big Dipper and head to the other side of the starry sky. Ji Ziyue sent him off with tears in her eyes. She whispered softly, "I'm on this side of the starry sky. You're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very far apart. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. We can never meet again. Late at night, I looked up at the starry sky alone and silently blessed you." At that time, her eyes were filled with tears, wetting her fair face. How could he forget? How could he let her down? Yi Fan directly held Ji Ziyue's hand and said, "Ziyue, marry me." This sentence might be a little late, but it was not that late. Ji Ziyue couldn't even pull her hand back as he held it firmly. Furthermore, at this time, Yi Fan pushed Ji Haoyue to the side, leaving only him and Ji Ziyue in the center. Everyone laughed together. What was rare was that Ji Haoyue wasn't angry, nor did she turn into a black face and stare at Yi Fan like in the past. Instead, she revealed a rare expression of warmth and gratification. She was very happy. Ji Ziyue couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Her slender hand was grabbed by Yi Fan. Everyone shouted, laughed and jeered non-stop. "Uncle Yi, should I call you uncle?" Ji Chengdao walked forward. He was still very young, but he already had a kind of determination and heroic spirit. But at this time, he was very excited. The name he heard the most in the starry sky was Yi Fan, the sacred physique of the human race. Even the guy who made his father sad had mentioned the sacred physique of the human race. Naturally, he worshipped Yi Fan. Now, the great hero in his heart was going to become his relative. It was his uncle. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He looked more excited than anyone else. "From now on, he will be your uncle. You can call him that from now on." Li Heishui smiled. He was someone who had witnessed Yi Fan grow step by step from being weak to the great sage. He had a close relationship with Yi Fan. They had known each other too long ago, so he knew more about Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue than anyone else. Seeing this result today, he was sincerely happy for them. "Haha, today is really a joyous occasion. Let's get engaged and then set the date of the wedding. We will invite all the friends and relatives in the world. It must be a grand event." The sacred prince laughed loudly. Heavenly Village was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone came up to offer their congratulations and blessings. Even little Nan Nan ran over in a charmingly naive manner and greeted them seriously, expressing her congratulations. She personally gave them a small gift and said, "Congratulations, big brother, congratulations, big sister." There was no need to talk about the others. All of them gave a great gift. On this day, everyone had a smile on their faces. Qi Luo wanted to hold a banquet in the heavenly village. Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Let's go to the Ji family." How could they not report such a big thing to Ji Ziyue's parents? They definitely had to let the two elders make the decision, no matter how Ji Haoyue tried to make the decision. On this day, everyone moved out majestically towards the Big Dipper and descended on the eastern wasteland. In the heavenly village, only little Qa had a sad expression. However, she still wiped away her tears and revealed a smile. Senior sister, you have to be happy. Hua Hua moved closer to her bald head and said, I know, I will pray for the divine sun. Little Kua smiled and wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. Senior sister, you only idolized Master when you were young. That isn't love at all. It's fine as long as you think things through. Hua Hua tried to persuade others. Little Baldy, you don't need to care about my matters. Moreover, I am not your senior sister, you have to call me martial aunt. Little Kua knocked on his bald head and said fiercely, Heavens, what is going on? Is it wrong to have a bald head? Why does everyone want to knock on it? If you hit me again, I will have a hedgehog's head and wear a helmet. Hua Hua said angrily. In front of the G family's gate, there was a large river flowing into the distance. Its name was G River. It had the same name as the river on Earth where the Yellow Emperor was born. This made Yi Fan puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He had asked before, but the G family's answer wasn't satisfactory. They said that this river had already flowed for 50,000 years and it didn't matter. However, GZ had once said that he would go to the sealed mountains and rivers on Earth to take a look at G River. This was really puzzling. Today, the G family was in a festive mood. Yi Fan came to propose marriage and the people from the heavenly village followed him. The sacred prince and other important guests came to visit and the family opened their doors to welcome them. The foundation of the family had been moved to another part of the starry sky. However, many important people were still there and couldn't leave immediately. Jizu's parents saw their eldest son and then pulled their grandson over. They were so happy that tears almost fell from their eyes. When they heard about their daughter's matter, they couldn't be happier. On this day, the Ji family was overjoyed and sent out many invitations. For example, the Jiang family, Jade Pool, Foam Clan, Great Xia Empire, etc. Not to mention Jizu's parents, even the entire Ji family was very satisfied. The human race's Saint Physique had become the great sage. He was invincible on the ancient path of the human race. He was definitely a good match. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was very shocking. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat in his generation. If he continued to develop like this, it was inevitable that he would be able to reach the next level. At that time, he would truly be at large success. Who didn't know about the Great Completion Saint Physique? Who didn't know that it could challenge the Great Emperor? At that time, he could directly fight against the ancient supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. What kind of combat strength was that? When one person succeeds, the world will be at peace. In the past, the Great Completion Saint Physique had such might. The Great Completion Saint Physique could live for at least 10,000 years. A person who dared to challenge the Great Emperor was the most precious treasure in this chaotic world. Even the Forbidden Zone of Life wouldn't dare to provoke him. This could protect the Ji family for 10,000 years. If they fought for the path to immortality, they would have an unparalleled advantage. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to protect this son-in-law well. They couldn't let anything happen to him on his way to the Great Completion stage. But now, it seemed like the Ji family didn't need to protect him anymore. Everyone in the Ji family was very happy. Even the great sage, who had been sealed since the desolate antiquity era, came to talk with Yi Fan for a long time. He had a pleasant expression on his face. The interior of the Ji family was full of spiritual lands. There were many beautiful mountain peaks floating in the sky. They were surrounded by clouds and mist. Spiritual birds danced in the air. There were strange rocks on the cliffs and waterfalls. Lingji grew on the cliffs and under the cliffs. On this joyous day, only one person in the Ji family had a gloomy expression. He sighed. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family had a lot of unhappiness with Yi Fan. He had long been ignored by people like the great sage. He didn't even have the qualifications to reconcile with them. He couldn't even get close to them. The great sage Moku of the Great Thunder Temple of Mount Meru ordered us to send a humble gift. Xia Yiming of the Central States Xia dynasty has arrived. The Saint Master of the Jiang family of the North, Jiangifei, has arrived. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool has arrived. Many important people rushed over. Even if they didn't come in person, They sent people to send gifts, such as Mount Meru and the Jolie God dynasty. Even if they had some unhappiness in the past, they still sent gifts on this day, trying to resolve some old grudges. They didn't want to be hated by someone who dared to challenge the great emperor after reaching the great accomplishment. On this day, many people came in and out of the Ji family. Not only the heroes of the human race, but also people from the ancient race. Even some of the royal and imperial families who had fought fiercely in the past put down their statuses. In addition, the saints from the outer realm also appeared and descended, each expressing their feelings. This was like a grand event. Giants from all sides showed their faces. The divine king has arrived. With a loud shout, Yifan was shocked. He jumped to his feet and said, "Which divine king?" "Divine King Jiang Taishu." "What?" Yifan strode out and welcomed him personally. He didn't expect the peerless divine king in white to return from the outer realm on this day. Chapter 1554. The white-robed god king's return caused Yifan to be incomparably excited. He wasn't a master, but he was equivalent to a benefactor. He had taught him a divine technique and had given him a new lease of life. In the past, it was the god king who had used his source to baptize his Tao diagram, allowing him to survive that trial. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. Welcome the god king. When Yifan moved out, everyone was naturally alarmed. The various leaders of the Ji family had already received the news. They opened the grandest gates, welcoming the god king with the highest of courtesy. Everyone watched attentively. As long as they were in Big Dipper, they naturally knew the origins of the god king. In the past, he was heroic and imposing, his name shaking the world and leaving behind too many legends. He had left for 100 or 200 years, but his glorious legend was still continuing. At the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, the white-robed god king was stained with blood. He fought alone against the ancient race ancestors, touching and admiring everyone to the point of tears. If one were to say who was the hero of Big Dipper, then without a doubt, the white-robed god king was fully deserving of this title. No matter from which aspect, he absolutely had the qualifications to be called a hero. Jiang Taishu was undoubtedly a proud son of heaven of his generation. He had that kind of talent and that kind of strength. Unfortunately, his life had been far too difficult. His life was long and full of misfortunes. In his twilight years, he had sent away a beauty, his life had withered, and he had left for the great desolate. He was a character that made others sigh. Of the few people that Yifan admired the most in his life, the God King and the fifth-generation ancestor Zhonglin were undoubtedly ranked at the top. Now that he saw them again, his heart couldn't remain calm. Ancestor Zhonglin had already passed away, turning into a rain of light on that glorious morning. But the God King was still here. He hoped that the God King would forever be peerless and look down upon the world. "I pay my respects to the God King." Yifan bowed deeply, expressing the joy and excitement in his heart. Even though he was already the great sage, one of the top characters in the world, he still had a heart of reverence and gratitude. This would forever be the God King Jiang he respected the most. After so many years, the white-robed God King's appearance had not changed much. However, his snow-white hair had become even whiter. When Fairy Rosy Cloud passed away, his hair had turned white overnight, and it had never returned to normal. Time had left behind some traces on his body, but it wasn't hard to see that the Divine King was heroic when he was young. Even now, he was still as imposing as ever. His appearance was still young, only his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations, he possessed a unique type of maturity and profoundness that was hard to forget. Divine King Jiang helped Yifan up and carefully sized him up. He felt gratified, but also deeply moved. As time flowed, the new generation replaced the old. He had a deep understanding of this. "You've already grown up. The road ahead will be very difficult, but you have to press forward," the white-robed God King said gently. Yifan nodded. This was the Divine King's hope, and it was also the path that he himself had to walk. Naturally, it would run through him from beginning to end. Who is this? Does the so-called God King refer to the King of Gods? Who bestowed this title upon him? Who can believe this? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. In the current situation, in such a festive environment, this kind of voice naturally seemed out of place. It clearly indicated that this person had not come purely to attend the engagement ceremony. He had come with ill intentions. In the current world, heroes rose up together, kings contended for supremacy. The great sage appeared, the ancestors of a region descended, and even the quasi-emperor appeared. Not to mention, the supreme beings in the forbidden regions all awakened. This was an unprecedented great world. It was destined to be very complicated. In this kind of environment, there were naturally all kinds of people. They came from the various regions, so there would definitely be people who targeted Yi Fan. This was something that could be predicted. However, he never thought that as soon as the wedding ceremony began, before it even touched upon Yi Fan himself, someone would jump out and actually pick on the supreme divine king. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. His gaze was frightening as he stared in that direction. No matter who it was that looked down on the divine king, it would be an even more serious matter than targeting him. I'm just speaking the truth. I have questions in my heart, so I have to ask them. Perhaps the human race really is very proud, but the title of divine king really can't be used carelessly. It was a man around 25 or 26 years old. He did not seem frivolous, and his voice was slow and forceful. It was rather forceful, and the light in his eyes burned like torches. Coupled with the black nether iron armor that flickered with a cold, crystalline, and special metallic luster, he seemed very frightening. This person was well built and had an extraordinary bearing. He was like an ancient war god who had walked over from the primordial times. His feet were not stained by dust, and the black crystalline armor wrapped around his feet. There was a divine halo around his entire body. He walked over from afar like a god. His long black hair draped over his shoulders and back. The only area that the nether iron armor did not cover was his head, so his appearance could be seen. His eyes were brilliant, and his face was very resolute. His two sword-like eyebrows were full of sharpness. In short, this person was outstanding and extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that he was an impressive character. In the current world of Big Dipper, how many people had not heard of Divine King Jiang? And how many people would dare to oppose Yi Fan? There were truly too few of them. This person definitely had a great background. If he dared to cause trouble, he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely had the capital. You're even more arrogant to be able to say something like that in this kind of situation. If you want to target me, you can come at me. I'll accept it. Yi Fan looked at him. He was so straightforward. He did not want to say anything more and was about to directly attack. This was a joyous day, but he showed no signs of holding back at all. Everyone was shocked. This was just the beginning. The wedding had not even begun, and a battle was about to begin. Many people came, including the ancient races and saints from the outer realms. Not all of them were friendly. Many people were excited and wanted to see a fierce battle. Who was Yi Fan? He had the saint physique of the human race and was one of the strongest people of this generation. He was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race and was said to be unrivaled in that part of the starry sky. If this person was not at the same level as him, how would he dare to do this? His identity must be incomparably illustrious. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge him? Sure, you can come over then. I've long heard of your name and would like to see it for myself. The person said casually, as if he did not treat it as a big deal. It was as if he wanted to play an ordinary game and was not afraid to fight against the heaven-defying saint physique. The black armor on his body flickered with a black light and became even more crystalline. When he stepped forward, metal clanking sounds could be heard. It was like a demonic tune in the ears of the crowd, shocking their souls. He was too confident. In front of the gate of the Ji-clan, facing divine King Jiang and the saint physique of the human race, he actually had such an attitude. It truly made everyone shiver. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Yaro Yukong, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were all angry. This person was too arrogant. Moreover, this kind of arrogance came from the bones. It was not intentional or pretentious. It was innate, causing people to doubt his identity and origin. Yi Fan walked forward. At this point, he was not afraid of a battle. His fame was built through battles. Since you are talking to me, let me do it, said the divine king calmly. The white-robed god king said calmly. He possessed an extraordinary bearing, just like before. He was graceful, dignified, and composed. The divine king was not old and had lived a second life. He only had a heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had never been weaker than others in this life, so why would he be afraid of the provocation of a junior? No. Yi Fan firmly disagreed. What kind of identity did the divine king have? With him here, how could he let him do it himself? He said, "You can take a seat for now. There is no need to trouble you to deal with him. Let me do it. I have plenty of time. I can do it one by one." The male in the underworld iron armor spoke. His eyes were resplendent and his black hair was thick. The halo of light emitted from his body was even more astonishing. Everyone was shocked. These words were too arrogant. This truly made Dongfang Yi and the others furious. The sacred prince's expression immediately sank. He directly pointed at him. In this kind of situation, he didn't want Yi Fan to do it. He wanted to do it in his place. After all, this was a joyous occasion. "I know you. Your father is indeed outstanding. I just don't know about you. Why don't you fight as well?" The male in the underworld iron armor was like a divine warrior. He was enveloped in divine light and throbbed like flames. His aura was astonishing. Boom. Yi Fan directly took a step forward. Golden battle chi rushed into the heavens, engulfing heaven and earth. His aura engulfed 10,000 li. It was as if an ancient deity had descended, overlooking the myriad realms. Boundless golden blood chi and unmatched battle prowess transformed into a vast ocean that swept forward. There was nothing more to say. He directly moved, about to unleash a world-shattering attack. However, at this time, the sacred prince also couldn't help but take action. How violent and domineering was he? It was as if an archaic divine peak exploded, throwing the sky into chaos as he directly pressed forward. This was an earth-shattering battle. Meanwhile, at this time, two other auras erupted at the same time. One naturally came from the male in the black metal divine clothes. The other's complexion was pale, as if he never experienced sunlight all year round. There was a type of sickly gentleness to him. This person was precisely Npu, someone who came from Undying Mountain. He had appeared in the myriad spirit gathering before. He was extremely handsome, but his skin was so white that it was as if he had just recovered from a great illness. He lacked a type of heroic spirit. However, at this time, he erupted with an aura that shocked the experts of the myriad realms. It was too terrifying. These four great experts were clearly all at the Imperial Prince level. After their auras reached the peak, their auras engulfed the world, intimidating everyone's souls. Many experts almost directly collapsed here. Those who were close to them were either swept flying or collapsed on the ground. There was only a single white-clothed divine king here. Even though he was at the center, his expression was calm, not shocked at all. Even the corners of his clothes didn't move in the slightest, calmly watching everything. "Shenming, you have crossed the line a bit." Npu spoke, just like before, his tone slow and gentle. Everyone trembled inwardly. Many years had passed since the myriad spirit gathering. Now, many people already guessed at where Npu came from. When they saw him speak like this, it already proved how terrifying Shenming's origins were. They were definitely people of the same level, from a life-restricted region. Just now, everyone still felt like this person Npu called Shenming was too arrogant, but now, there was only deep reverence left. This level and background definitely had this type of confidence and qualifications. "You know that I am always an extremely direct person, saying what is on my mind. I won't beat around the bush," Shenming said to Npu, still having the same expression as before. Of course, doing this during today's engagement ceremony is indeed quite disrespectful. However, I am eager to hunt, really want to fight, a bit unable to hold myself back. He didn't act out in the slightest, speaking extremely calmly and naturally. This was a type of confidence, as well as a type of natural domineeringness. He continued, "Even though I was disrespectful, I won't apologize, even more so won't take back my words just now. Those are my true thoughts. If you all are unconvinced, you can just come and fight. Then it will be as you wish. The aura Yi Fan erupted like a mountain flood, immediately making heaven and earth collapse. His voice was cold like the light shout of a death god. Chapter 1555. Yi Fan's right hand was like a monument, covered in golden symbols. This was his Tao, ancient and profound, a Tao law that had existed since time immemorial, eternally unchanging, releasing rumbling noises. Mountains collapsed and earth split apart, seas dried up and rocks decayed. Under this golden, heavenly monument like palm and fingers, everything would be destroyed, everything no longer existing. The void turned into a black hole, chaotic light surging, as if heaven and earth were being opened. This place was about to be completely destroyed. If not for Ji family engraving emperor patterns, immediately extending outwards, the boundless great wastelands, as well as the sun, moon, heaven, and earth might have suffered great problems. Hazy mists spread. Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers turned into an ancient monument that was several tens of thousands of zhong in size. Patterns covered it densely, suppressing this side of the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. Shunming's expression was grave, Long immediately taking action. Her divine clothes were sparkling and translucent, releasing radiance, making her look like an ancient deity who walked over from the great wastelands. Heaven overflowing might was released from his body. Honglong. His palm slapped forward. Vermilion birds danced about, true dragons moved about, white tigers split the heavens, all types of immortal spirits appeared, terrifying beyond compare. It was as if an unmatched supreme being was furious, as if a heavenly emperor took action. Shunming's aura was too powerful, confident to the extreme, having the qualifications to speak these types of words. It was as if a supreme deity descended from the heavens. Everyone trembled. This type of great pressure made them feel as if doomsday had arrived, as if they were facing an unmatched ruler. They had to kneel down, carry out worship and servitude. Everyone had long prepared themselves for Yi Fan's power. Meanwhile, Shunming, this person's origins were mysterious, yet she was also this powerful. Today, she suddenly appeared, shocking the world, naturally making everyone tremble. With a dong sound, the two clashed intensely. Symbols flew about, quickly erased. The heavenly monument resisted all types of immortal spirits, releasing immortal light that engulfed all directions, energy devouring 100,000 li. This was an intense clash, terrifying to the extreme, as if the 9 great heavens were going to collapse. The heavens trembled, about to fall down. No one expected the two's first exchange to be this powerful. This was a confrontation between young supreme being heavenly geniuses. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Inside the Ji family, void runes spread out one after another, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water, protecting the world of mountains and rivers, stabilizing heaven and earth. Otherwise, the southern region might really suffer a catastrophe. After all, this was a battle between great sage-level imperial princes, and they could easily destroy heaven and earth. Even destroying an ancient planet with life was nothing. The only reassuring thing was that the Big Dipper was too different from the rest. It would be very difficult to damage its foundation. Pop! Yi Fan forcefully pressed his palm down in the air. Although it was a casual strike, there was an endless amount of palm force smashing down. In the end, it actually turned into endless sword light, densely covering every corner of the world. Some rose from the ground, some fell from the 9 heavens, and some were born in the void. Numerous thick and large sword lights were like numerous pillars that held up the heavens. They were boundlessly enormous, boundless, and filled with ghastly killing intent, and it shocked all the living beings in the myriad of regions in the universe to the point of trembling. This was an extremely terrifying secret method. A single speck of dust could fill up the sea, a stalk of grass could shatter the stars in the heavens. It was exceptionally sharp, shaking the heavens with zheng-zheng sounds, suppressing the world. Everyone was horrified. Even though they had long moved far enough, they were still horrified to the point where they felt their blood run cold, their entire bodies going cold, inwardly fearful. Shunming's expression was serious, not showing the slightest bit of carelessness. Even though he was extremely arrogant and domineering just now, when he truly fought, he was extremely serious, confident, but not arrogant. His body shook. An expanse of ancient imprints appeared on his back, looking like a divine figure, but also like a type of irregular scene. Perhaps it was a Tao diagram condensed from a type of special natural laws. A fiery red vermilion bird rushed into the heavens, crossing 3,000 realms, shattering large amounts of the void. It carried a savage aura and endless immortal flames, burning down heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. He used this to resist the sword energy that was everywhere, stopping Yi Fan's exceptional attack. Moreover, there was a fence within defense. Between his brows, blazing radiance flickered, condensing a terrifying symbol. It turned into an ancient character that was hard for the world to distinguish, suppressing over. This character quickly became larger, every single stroke as if cast from immortal gold, resplendent and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. It was full of an ice-cold metallic feeling, its weight exceeding millions and millions of kilograms. This was a type of Tao, heaven-reaching immortal text. As soon as it appeared, there were some who recognized it, all of them shocked. It was rumored that this was the killing Tao natural laws the ancient supreme beings used to open up the path of immortality, slaughter their way into immortal domain. This type of character's offensive power was exceptionally powerful, or else how could it break through the barrier of the mortal and immortal realms? It was the most terrifying. Dang! Yi Fan's palm and fingers moved downwards, using his flesh to move. His golden fingers continuously flicked out, symbols appearing one after another, all of them landing on this character. Under the resplendent immortal light, this place exploded. It was universally shocking, shocking the world. Just how powerful was the human race's sacred body? He actually dared take action like this, directly using his palm and fingers. It was just too terrifying. If it was any other great sage, just this contact alone, forget about his fingers, even his entire arm and half his body would have directly rotted, turning into a bloody paste and bone dregs. A tremendous honglong sounded. The two passed each other, the first clash thus ending. In reality, there were only 2 strikes, and they both happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. It was too fast, quite a few people unable to react in time, to the extent where they didn't even see clearly. Even though the offensive power was enough to shock the world, it still couldn't be considered a life-and-death confrontation. These were probing attacks, both of them holding back, not using their most powerful trump cards. An even greater confrontation was about to begin. It was definitely a life-and-death battle, a world-shocking battle. However, right at this time, Sacred Prince and Npu both suddenly moving forward, blocking at the same time. Sacred Prince was going to fight in Yi Fan's place, not wishing for him to take action again. It was because today was his great day. The monkey was going to take action in his place, fight a life-and-death battle against Shenming. Meanwhile, Npu also moved between them, temporarily separating the two, not wishing for this battle to continue. Almost at the same time, the void was silently torn apart. GZ appeared, silently arriving at the center of the battlefield. It was clear that he had to interfere. Forget about his relationship with Yi Fan. Just based on the fact that this was Ji family's territory, he couldn't just sit by and watch. However, when he appeared, Npu's body shook, erupting with a wave of incomparable aura that was even more terrifying than before, sweeping through heaven and earth. "Void Emperor!" he cried out in alarm, losing composure for the first time. When these words sounded, everyone became stunned. This name was too ancient. How could it be spoken in this type of situation? Even if it was in front of Ji family's gates, it still shouldn't be like this. Everyone's expressions were greatly shaken, looking forward. At this time, Npu's pale and slightly sickly face revealed an expression of incomprehensible shock. He stared rigidly at GZ, his eyes unblinking, as if he saw the most inconceivable thing. Everyone was stupefied. What was going on? "Are you talking about my father?" GZ calmly said. "You aren't him. Too similar." After saying this, Npu shook his head. If it was the true void, how could there be no emperor might? Even if it was restrained, it was still enough to make all life tremble, let alone when facing their undying mountain bloodline, it would be even more so. At this moment, everyone understood that GZ and Void Emperor were exactly the same, all of them revealing strange expressions. It really was rare for father and son to be like this. Emperor of Fighting's descendant, what is your intention? Do you want to fight against me? You can just stand to the side first, wait for my battle with him to end, and then come back. No matter how many people come today, I will take them all on. Shenming spoke, still as arrogant as before, hating Li Heishui and the others until the roots of their teeth were itching. However, they had to admit that he definitely had great strength. I'll just send you on your way with a single strike of my staff, save you the trouble of being noisy here. The monkey said fiercely, too lazy to say anything else. He even more so took the initiative, standing in front of Yi Fan, wishing to face Shenming. When Sacred Prince and Shenming met, there was definitely going to be a life and death battle. Both of them were incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, when Npu snapped back to reality, he continued to take a step forward, stopping Shenming in the middle. If we are talking about urgency, I am even more so than you. My undying mountain and Ji family's grudge is something the entire world knows about. The past agreement is even more so about to come to an end, but there is no rush. Fighting a decisive battle during this engagement ceremony is a bit too much. If you say things like this, it seems like I am being too petty. Shenming retracted that foot that took a step forward, saying, I already said that I am an extremely direct person. What I think in my heart, what I say, is not empty words. This is precisely what I truly think, which is that I want to fight. The divine clothes and armor covering his body flowed with dark light. The raging flames were restrained, but there was still a layer of radiance, not much different from a divine warrior. Forget it, if I miss out on today, then I'll have to ask for guidance one by one. His eyes were extremely brilliant. I won't see blood today, let's just celebrate a bit more. If you say it's over, then it's over. Sacred Prince sneered, not willing to let him go. Meanwhile, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were furious as well. This type of occasion could come and go as they pleased. Could they just leave after stirring up trouble? It was hard for them to quell their anger. Dao friend Hunchuo, it is time for you to take action. In the distant horizon, there were experts with terrifying statuses who teased. Correct, please ask Senior Hunchuo to take action, carry out some persuasion, it will definitely make them quickly fight a bloody battle. There were some who were even more direct, wishing for the god of misfortune to step up, make the battle even more intense. If an imperial prince really died in the life-restricted region, then it would likely sweep through Big Dipper, a supreme being appearing. Dao friends must be joking. This old one's body is unwell today, so I won't get involved. Hunchuo said. How can Dao brother be left out? This is a struggle between heavenly geniuses, it should be advising them to leave. We need Dao friend to take action. The heavens are benevolent, today, this old one doesn't need to persuade them. They won't suffer a bloody disaster either, the heavens cannot bear to see this happen. All things emphasize on the word peace, within 10 years, they will be the most important. Hunchuo said extremely seriously. Everyone was speechless. Even Hunchuo shrunk back, scared of kicking a metal board, scared of smashing a golden signboard. Of course, the so-called golden signboard should be looked at the other way around. In front of Ji family's gates, the sacred prince wanted to fight. Shenming's attitude was indecisive, fighting was exactly what he wanted. However, since he already said those words just now, it wasn't just empty words, he couldn't go back on his words. The engagement is important, let's end things here today. GZ and Npu both spoke up, speaking like this. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stared at Shenming. He really wanted to send a fist smashing over, but today really wasn't suitable for him to take action, nor did he want the monkey to take action in his place. The more I speak, the more it seems like I am bullying others with my power. How about this? Today's life and death struggle will be avoided. I would rather kill 100,000 people than break up a marriage. Then today, we'll just have a civil battle, leave it for the younger generation, let them compete against each other. Just treat it as me adding to the excitement of this engagement. Shenming said. Let's just leave it like this. Divine King Jiang Taishu said. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded in agreement. Since the white-clothed Divine King already spoke like this, He didn't want to go against him. Everything could be discussed today. In reality, if this confrontation continued, it might be extremely terrifying. There would be imperial princes who would fall, blood splashing across the southern region, to the extent where it might even provoke the ancient supreme beings of the restricted region. Shenming waved her hand. Several little things appeared in the distance, all of them looking around, all of them swirling with chaotic energy, every single one of them extraordinary. Mingren, come over. He called over a child who was only 6 or 7 years old. His head was outstanding, the space between his brows extraordinary, chaotic light restrained, making one feel alarm. This is my child. As long as you all can find someone of similar age in this world and defeat him, then it will be considered my loss. Shenming said. What kind of expression will you have if you lose? The Black Emperor, who hadn't spoken up all this time, asked. Expression? Shenming's eyes shone with brilliance. If I lose, I will slap my own mouth, take back my words just now, apologize to you all. Moreover, within 10 years, if I meet you all, I will stay far away. If not, then I will still apologize even after meeting you all. Chapter 1556. This was a boy around 6 years old. Chaotic energy curled about his waist, eyes like gemstones, black hair naturally scattered down his shoulders, extremely beautiful, possessing a wave of rare spiritual essence. Everyone was shocked. Just how old was this child? Yet, he already possessed primal chaos. It was just too shocking, making all of the older generation figures feel a wave of powerlessness. He was already like this at the age of 6 or 7. What would he become when he grew up? In this world, how many people of the same age could keep him in check? It really made one sigh. The people who walked out of the life-forbidden zone truly made one feel despair. Heaven-warping talent, rarely seen since ancient times. Brother Shenming has given birth to a good child. Your bloodline has been strong for 3 eras, your inheritance will become more and more stable. And Pu sighed, a trace of envy appearing on his pale face. It's nothing. It's not like you haven't heard of stronger children in ancient times, Shenming said. However, she was extremely satisfied with her own child. After a generation, the emperor bloodline didn't weaken, instead becoming even more outstanding, talent reaching the extreme. He brought 3 children out to gain experience and gain experience. They weren't all his heirs, but they all came from life-restricted regions. Existences like them, able to be chosen and sealed here, were naturally the most powerful. It was the same for the children. Obviously, restrictions and brands had been placed on these children, causing others to be unable to pry into their cultivations, let alone harm them in secret. However, with just a single look, one could tell that not a single child was ordinary. All of them were too heaven-defying. Natural law fragments appeared in their blood, releasing chaotic energy. This is your child. Do you really think you're invincible? The Black Emperor came forward with a proud look on his face and said, You should remember that the great emperor who entered your forbidden land back then was too powerful after he was born, so some of his foundation was directly destroyed. He was afraid that he would lack tempering in the future. That is truly heaven-defying. A big dog wearing a pair of golden leather pants and looking down on people was really irritating. One has to understand that it was looking down on a life-restricted region. It made one wonder where its courage came from, making them feel indignant. The child at Shenming's side was naturally furious, glaring at it, clenching his little fists, really wishing to give it a beating. However, Shenming herself was shocked. She stared at it for a long time, saying, I've met you before. You're that man's dog, and you've lived until now. Yes, with his methods, it's naturally too easy for him to do so. And Pu's expression was also grave. He stared at the Black Emperor for a long time and said, Back then, that person was already in his later years. He had once passed through our undying mountain, and there was once a huge black dog following him. Everyone was shocked. Although there had always been rumors that this dog, which angered both humans and gods, had followed the great emperor and had a frightening background, there had never been any conclusive evidence. At this moment, the existence from the life-restricted region spoke like this. Everything was verified, everything was true. One child is not enough. It's not enough. It's best to call a few more people to attack together. the Black Emperor said. His words were rather infuriating. Everyone became stupefied. Right now, the most powerful ones were none other than the 7 great life-restricted regions, yet now, a dog actually began to look down on them. It truly made everyone feel as if time and space were in chaos. Doggy, don't brag. A little girl around 3 years old was trying her best to pull on the big black dog's tail. She was doing her best to drag it backwards, and she looked very adorable. In the end, the big black dog was dragged away. He didn't behave atrociously or say anything else, making everyone's eyes go blank. Shenming revealed a strange expression, saying, "In that case, since you are this confident, I'll invite another child to take the stage. If they are all defeated, then we'll naturally do as you say." The way things developed was outside of everyone's expectations. Yi Fan's expression was calm, not saying anything. He directly tore open the void, producing a shining object from the all-life source energy cauldron. That was a large piece of immortal spring, something most people in this world wouldn't have seen before. Meanwhile, Npu and Shenming's eyes revealed strange light, staring at this immortal spring that was extremely rare and precious even for them. Sealed inside was a fair and clean chubby baby. His dreams were disturbed, seemingly extremely vexed, glaring furiously at Yi Fan. When he saw him raise his hand, he hurriedly covered his buttocks. There was space inside the immortal spring that allowed him to move about. This type of action was extremely childish, making everyone want to laugh. The little fatty understood the current situation, recognizing that this was Ji family. It was because he had come here before, because of a single sentence he said. Many elders in this family were so shocked they almost flipped over tables. When he saw Yi Fan glare at him, Divine Child submitted, saying rather angrily, "Last time, I was wrong, he isn't my father." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected this little fatty to say such a thing. Why did he say that? No matter how they listened, it sounded a bit like he was trying to hide something. Many people revealed strange expressions, all of them looking towards Yi Fan. This child is too much. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Ji family that felt dizzy, even Shenming and Npu were a bit stunned, continuously staring at him. In the horizon, there was only great sage Hunchuo, his heart pounding continuously. He was the only one who chased after him to personally understand him, almost recognizing him as a relative. In the end, he was scared until he ran without a trace, running. "I'll give you a mission, defeat that child on the other side," Yi Fan said with a dark face. When faced with Divine Child, he raised his hand several times, almost smacking his little bottom. This little fatty really was too much. Divine Child rubbed his large eyes, completely waking up. He cried out with pleasant surprise, "What? You want me to beat him up? You finally sent me someone to vent my anger on." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. This little fatty really was a bit of a scammer, saying that he was going to beat up the supreme being descendant of a life-restricted region the moment he opened his mouth. This was just too casual. At this age, this type of tone was even more infuriating than the Black Emperor's. "I want you to seriously beat him up," Yi Fan corrected. "Isn't that the same meaning? You want me to beat him up, to bully that child?" The little fatty said. No matter how he listened, it didn't sound right, as if it was Yi Fan who was going to bully the child. "However, I really like it too much, finally sending me someone to vent my anger on. I'm going to treat him like that bastard Li Tian, smack his bottom until it blossomed." The little fatty already began to delightfully fantasize. On the other side, that 6-or-so-year-old child had long widened his eyes, so angry his little fists were clenched so tightly they released cracking sounds. Who was he? Even though he was young, he already knew that he came from a life-restricted region, no one in the outside world daring to provoke him. They were truly heaven's pride, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths daring to look down on them like this. "Little fatty, you are too childish, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth," Ming Ren said angrily. He asked Shenming for instructions, about to immediately beat down Divine Child. "Come, I'm so excited I'm about to tremble." The little fatty put on an extremely arrogant look, his eyes truly full of excitement. He shouted, "Brat, come over, let me properly deal with you." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. Who did this child learn this from? How old was he? How could he speak like this? Everyone couldn't help but look towards Yi Fan. Even GZ and Ji Haoyue were confused, looking at him. Yi Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He said quietly, "Don't look at me." After he came back, he was always talking back, so I had Black Emperor and Flower discipline him for a few days, but in the end, he became like this. The immortal spring swayed as it flew out, as if it was a baby who had just learned how to walk, staggering about. The little fatty shouted excitedly from inside, "Brat, just bring it on. I'm going to beat you up until even your father can't recognize you." Everyone felt even more dizzy. Then, they really couldn't help but laugh again. Meanwhile, Shunming's face darkened for the first time. What kind of shameful words were these? To speak like this in front of her face, it really was fucking outrageous. However, what kind of status did he have? No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he would argue with a child, or else he would only make others laugh at him. The child at Shunming's side was angered to the extreme. With his background, how could he be taught these words? He was furious to the extreme, turning into a streak of light, rushing over, raising his fist and smashing over, wishing to directly shatter the immortal spring, drag the little fatty out and beat him up. Everyone was shocked, because they actually saw the power of natural laws on that child's fist. This was just too shocking. Just how old was he? You came just in time. Watch how Big Bro is going to deal with you. The little fatty cried out happily, as if he discovered the best present. The immortal spring swayed about, twisting and turning, avoiding this fist. The one inside the immortal spring seemed a bit unreliable. His legs weren't that nimble, yet he could still fight. After all, it really was too small. Of course, everyone was shocked as well. Ever since the divine child came out, everyone had already discussed this. Those who were sealed inside the immortal spring definitely couldn't be ordinary. Just come out. Minute Ren released a light shout. He rose into the air, his feet stepping towards the immortal spring, wishing to blast it apart, trample the hateful fatty out. Unfortunately, the immortal spring shook. Even though it was swaying back and forth, it directly released a wave of holy might, directly making the 6-year-old child in midair unable to endure it, falling onto the ground. "Brat, you are still too tender. If you want to fight against me, you'll have to cultivate for another 1,000 or 800 years. The little fatty cried out excitedly, stirring on the immortal spring, smashing it over. With a peng noise, it smashed into Minute Ren's forehead, making him dizzy and disoriented. Everyone didn't know what to say. This little fatty only looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, chubby, white and chubby, moreover still completely naked, yet he said others were tender. This type of tone really was too strange for others to endure. Of course, there were a few experts who were horrified. Even though they were far away, they still sensed the holy might just now. It really was shocking to the extreme. This was just like a legend. It was just a child, yet he actually became a saint. No one would believe this. Was this the child of an immortal? Peng. The little fatty moved about in the immortal spring, clumsily flipping Minute Ren over, using his will to beat him up. Moreover, he shouted noisily, "Brat, fighting against me, your teeth haven't even grown out yet. Today, I'll beat you until even your father can't recognize you." On the side, Shenming already turned into a black-faced deity, strand after strand of green energy on her forehead, black lines crisscrossing about. Chapter 1557. Dark lines appeared on Shunming's face again and again. When she heard the little fatty's nonsense, she couldn't retort a single word. She couldn't really bicker with a 2 or 3-year-old child, right? "I'm going to step on your lungs. Brat, even your mom wouldn't be able to recognize you when you return home, calling you a fat pig head. Fighting with me, not even the God of heaven would be enough. Even this type of little brat wants to compete with this great one? You are too far off." The little fatty continuously muttered while suppressing his opponent, muttering to himself, acting like an elder, not even looking at how old he was. Everyone really was speechless. This was originally going to be a battle between giants, possibly provoking the ancient supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions, but they never expected things to develop to this extent. Many people wanted to laugh. This little fatty really was too much. He was only that old, yet who did he learn these types of words and habits from? They really couldn't help but laugh. I'm going to step on your lungs, I'm going to hit your stomach, I'm going to reward you with 2 fried dumplings. Even though the little fatty was in the immortal spring, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, none of them repeated. What? You still aren't convinced? Youngsters really are stubborn, watch how this elder deals with you. Divine Child shouted excitedly, using all of the methods Li Tian, Black Emperor, Yi Fan and the others used to deal with him, not getting tired of it, extremely happy. After being suppressed for so many years, he finally found a punching bag, moreover casually squeezing him, completely beating him up, making him so happy that bubbles were popping out, happy to the point of stamping his feet. Devilish brat, who told you to be stubborn, who told you not to admit defeat, I'll beat you until you swear allegiance when you see me. When she heard Divine Child's voice become more and more arrogant, Shunming's expression became worse and worse. This was beating up her family's child right in front of her, this unrestrained, this arrogant, it really was the first time she experienced something like this in her life. I'm going to step on you until you become a pig head. The little fatty struggled in the immortal spring, smashing into Minute Ren's face with peng-peng sounds, immediately making his nose and face swell, as if he had been hugged by a bear. Shunming still endured, not saying a word, quietly watching as her son was beaten, viewing this as a type of sharpening. Things went too smoothly after Mingren was born. He felt like suffering some setbacks when he was young wasn't bad either. Little thing, do you submit or not? If not, not only will I beat you up so badly that even your father can't take it anymore, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize your grandfather. Little fatty said arrogantly. Little bean, I can't accept this. Minute Ren had long become anxious. What kind of status did he have? He was the descendant of a supreme being, so when had he ever suffered this type of pressure? He was about to faint from anger. Bang, bang, there was another round of beating. Meanwhile, Shunming was still enduring it, not saying a word. However, she really didn't feel good inside. A supreme being's grandson was bullied and humiliated like this, even if it wasn't the first time since ancient times, it was pretty much the same. You're too weak. You can't even take a beating. It looks like you won't be able to last more than a few hits, right? The little fatty said enthusiastically and hopefully, why don't you take me as your master? I'm sure I'm better than your father. F***CK. What are you talking about? Shunming's face became even darker. She almost couldn't take it anymore, but she still endured it. Little bean, damn fatty, this isn't over yet. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Minute Ren roared out angrily. However, he was crushed to the ground, unable to budge an inch. Brat, you really are going too far. This one gave you a chance, yet you don't know what's good for you. If you still don't take me as your master, then I'll wipe you out. Godly Child threatened fiercely. It was a pity that he was too young, and lacked that kind of aura. But he still shouted, if you join my sect, don't talk about taking care of your father, you can even beat up your grandfather. The little fatty was so excited that he began to spit out saliva from his mouth. Shunming's expression could already be described as black as the bottom of a pot. Previously, she still thought that her son was outstanding among supreme being descendants, rarely seen in this world, yet in the end, he was trampled on like this. What was more important was that this little fatty was still this arrogant, beating up her son while also ridiculing her, the old man. What was even more infuriating was that even Shunming's old man was implicated. This really was a bit frustrating, unable to vent her anger. This brat was a bit too young. If he was an adult, Shunming would have long smacked him, smashing him into mush. Shunming had never felt as wronged as she did today. Just how arrogant of a person was she? She was confident that she was unmatched in her generation, yet she never expected to be in such an awkward situation right now, having her son beaten up in front of her. Good, this one's guidance wasn't in vain, you've finally improved a bit. In the distance, that large black dog appeared again, immediately speaking words of encouragement. The little fatty didn't pay the Black Emperor any attention, because he was inwardly resentful towards it. He had been bullied by it before, but he couldn't suppress his current excitement, still acting happily, continuing his great cause of beating people up. Enough, this battle is Minute Ren's loss. Shenming really couldn't endure it any longer. She felt like rather than saying that this was sharpening her son's nature, it was better to say that this was a test of his endurance. This little fatty's mouth didn't hold back at all. If this continued, not only would he curse father and son's mothers, he might even disrespect his supreme being old man. The consequences of this were extremely severe. A supreme being couldn't be humiliated, not even a child could speak like this. When Minute Ren was received by him with a wave of his hand, he immediately fainted. This was completely out of anger. There were restrictions on his body, normally speaking, no one could harm him, but this type of humiliation and resentment made him feel even more flustered. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were enjoying themselves, the shock they felt inside was still extremely powerful. This was especially the case now that they calmed down. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. That was but the descendant of a supreme being, yet he was easily subdued just like that, not a match at all. What kind of background did this little fatty have? It was just too terrifying. At this time, there were naturally quite a few people who recognized the immortal source, moreover spreading the news, making it known to everyone. Everyone became even more shaken. This was but a heaven-defying immortal object, most likely not even a restricted region able to produce it in large amounts. And Pu became silent. He was thinking about the ancient supreme beings. This child was definitely one of these people's descendant, or else there was no way he could be this freakish, exceeding normal reasoning. Being born a saint, this type of thing existed in theory, but if this type of person really did exist, then it was just too horrifying. How about it? Do you admit defeat? Then just slap your own mouth first, and then apologize. The Black Emperor said arrogantly, this type of attitude leaving everyone stupefied. This was but an existence from a restricted region. Many people immediately understood, feeling like Divine Child's display just now was definitely related to this large black dog, their styles similar, a bit similar. Don't tell me he was Wux's son. When everyone thought of this possibility, all of their fine hairs stood on end. What a good child, yet he was destroyed just like that. Everyone sighed with regret. However, when the large black dog bared his teeth, everyone closed their mouths. This dog was too different and ferocious. Shenming's face was expressionless, not admitting defeat. Didn't I already say that there is another child? Now, was there still a child in this world who could defeat Divine Child? Everyone almost didn't believe this, all of them revealing strange expressions, thinking that he was forcefully holding on. Perhaps he might fly into a rage out of humiliation, directly unleash a great slaughter. However, Shenming's face was instead extremely calm. She beckoned behind her. The two children walked over together, one of them extremely special. Apart from having chaotic energy swirling about him, there was also a type of desolate beast aura that was released. This was especially the case when Shenming rubbed his head. This child's aura flourished even more, as if he had killed countless creatures, terrifying to the extreme. Mingren and the other child were completely ignored, only having him in their eyes. All of their eyes gathered over, because he made everyone shiver inwardly. This child also looked to be 6 or 7 years old, lips red, teeth white, eyes like gemstones. His appearance was extremely handsome, a little fella that drew everyone's attention. Everyone just couldn't understand why there was this type of heaven-overflowing killing intent released from his body. It didn't match his bearing and temperament at all, as if he had two souls. This is my older brother. Shenming was extremely frank, not hiding anything. However, when these words sounded, everyone immediately erupted into commotion, feeling that this was inconceivable, leaving everyone shocked. This was a child, so how did he become the older brother of a great sage-level imperial prince? In the past, he experienced a heaven-collapsing earth-splitting great battle, which is also the darkness chaos you humans speak of. He was injured by someone, becoming like this, no different from a child. Shenming said honestly. He directly stated that Divine Child's origins were strange, already couldn't be called a child. Him inviting a different child to appear wasn't a violation of the agreement. This was a true imperial prince, moreover someone who previously rebuked heaven and earth, dominating the world. Now, he appeared in this type of state, just how much divine might was left. Everyone was extremely nervous, but also full of anticipation. Yi Fan waved his hand, restraining the little fatty, not letting him who was itching to give it a try take action. Based on his intuition, he knew that the special imperial prince on the other side definitely wasn't someone to provoke. Even though that person turned into a child, his source and other parts probably didn't weaken too much, still remaining. Who knows, he might make divine child suffer a loss. Just let him come, we'll switch out someone on our side as well. The Black Emperor said. He stood up, a pair of large claws on his back, a look of arrogance on his face. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was asking for a beating, giving others the urge to give it a vicious beating. This little boy named Shun Yu walked over, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. He looked pure, eyes clear, but that type of aura made many older generation figures tremble. The large black dog invited the little Nan Nan, having her go up. Nan Nan doesn't know how to fight. The little girl was a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Her large eyes blinked, looking towards Yi Fan for help. Yi Fan smiled, and said, "Just go up, just treat him like a playmate, there's no need to do anything." The little Nan Nan walked up. She only looked to be 2 or 3 years old, like a porcelain doll, her large eyes clearly black and white. Shun Yu's terrifying aura was completely ineffective against her. "Attack!" Shun Ming shouted with a low voice. A streak of coldness flashed past Shun Yu's eyes, as if he had awakened. His entire body immediately released ocean-like killing intent, simply about to instantly split apart heaven and earth. However, when he raised his small hand, rushing towards the little Nan Nan, he instead trembled, his eyes revealing a look of alarm. At this time, many people saw that behind the little Nan Nan was a terrifying scene. There were countless corpses, emperors and emperors falling on the ancient battlefield, even more so the dazzling radiance of ascension erupting. It was as if she slaughtered through the 9 heavens 10 earths, ruling over the endless ages, and then ascended to immortality. Chapter 1558. Everyone was stupefied, the pores on their bodies turning cold, as if cold air was pouring in. They immediately felt a chill from head to toe. This was this type of scene. Blood flowed across the great earth, countless corpses lying everywhere, fighting until mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell one after another, the great emperor's formation patterns destroyed. Meanwhile, at the center, there was only a hazy figure left, no one able to see him. He released blazing light, as if he was ascending to immortality. It was suspected that there were ancient holy emperors who participated in the battle, but in the end, they all fell into pools of blood, only a single person ascending to immortality on that ancient battlefield, shocking the world. What was going on? Who exactly was that? Forget about everyone, even NPU and Shunming's eyes widened, revealing looks of disbelief. This was just too toppling, making them all tremble. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. Even if those who had fallen were not ancient emperors, they were still the strongest quasi-emperors who were on the verge of reaching the supreme venerable level. However, all of them had fallen in a pool of blood. This made that person's power even more apparent. He was the sole sovereign, looking down on endless generations, accompanied by immortal light. The eyes with which everyone looked at little Nan Nan all changed, carrying horror, respect, and hope. She was just too extraordinary. She was just a little girl, so why did this type of scene appear behind her? At the center of the battlefield, Shun Yu clutched his head and cried out. Just now, his body erupted with killing intent that could suppress the 9 heavens, making even the sect ancestors of a region shiver inwardly. That was his true foundational aura. However, when this type of tremendous pressure surged forward, little Nan Nan's body released auspicious light, producing this type of irregular scene. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Shun Yu seemed to be in extreme pain, especially after facing little Nan Nan's ascension light. He began to tremble even more. His most powerful source was enough to look down on the world, but compared to this, it was ridiculously weak. His entire body was shaking, backing up step by step. Then, he actually held his head and roared out, shaking the heavens until even the heavens collapsed. All of the clouds within a range of several hundred li were scattered. This scene left everyone even more horrified. This child was an imperial prince after all, worthy of being Shunming's older brother. Even though there was a problem, he was still this terrifying. In the end, Shunyu went crazy, backing up while crying loudly. This was fear that originated from the bottom of his heart, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in all of eternity. I admit defeat. Shunming shouted loudly. This was his older brother, so he couldn't treat him like his own child. He didn't need to be tempered. He was filled with respect and regret, and quickly brought him back. However, at this time, Shunming still didn't make contact with little Nan Nan's auspicious radiance. Just by getting a bit closer, he already felt as if he was crushed by an endless great mountain, almost unable to breathe. Shunming was shocked, simply not daring to believe all of this. Who was this little girl? How could she be like this? This type of power shouldn't appear on her body. Without saying a word, he quickly flew away with his older brother. Only when they were far away from the auspicious light did he let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he actually couldn't take it anymore. It was too shocking. Shunming had never felt as horrified as she did today. One divine child was one thing, already heaven-defying. Now, another little girl appeared, this type of display almost making one unable to comprehend what was going on. Everyone shivered inwardly, all of them shocked. Only the little Nan Nan on the battlefield was at a loss, not seeing the terrifying scene behind her. She looked at the roaring Shunyu in confusion. The little girl was extremely innocent. When faced with everyone's gazes and everyone's fear, she didn't know anything. Her large eyes were like black gemstones as she looked towards Yifan for help. It's fine. Even though Yifan was inwardly shaken, he still had a smile on his face, comforting the little girl, not letting her feel at a loss because of this. The radiance behind little Nan Nan receded, all types of scenes disappearing, no longer appearing. The more powerful one is, the more one cannot injure her. The Black Emperor stared at the scene that became dim, saying quietly to himself, extremely confident in his own deduction. Only now did Yifan walk over, holding the little girl's hand as they walked out from the center of the battlefield, having her gradually calm down. Don't come over, I admit defeat. Divine Child cried out loudly, crying out. He didn't admit defeat to anyone, not only arguing with Yifan, even when he was disciplined by the Black Emperor, he also challenged it. He only felt apprehension towards a little Nan Nan. Everyone became even more shocked. Why were these children so heaven-defying? They were born as saints, beating down the descendant of a restricted region supreme being, and then they were almost scared to tears by a little girl. Was there still any justice left in this world? The most excessive thing was that the little girl herself was at a loss. This made everyone tremble, but at the same time, they were also speechless, not having the slightest temper. If you admit defeat, then accept defeat. Your brother was scared to tears. The Black Emperor said. These words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. Shunyu cried loudly, still not recovering even now, even his mind a bit deranged. To make an imperial prince who had previously looked down on the world, a tyrant of the world, act like this, it really was shocking, rarely seen since ancient times. And Pu released a long sigh and said, in this world, there will always be some existences and powers we cannot understand. Regardless of whether it is in the past or the past, they are always like this, making one feel reverence. His words made everyone think deeply. Could it be that similar incomprehensible miraculous events happened in the past as well? This type of existence, is it reminding the 9 heavens 10 earths supreme beings that they still have enemies? Shunming also said to herself. Today, she was completely convinced. It wasn't because of Divine Child, but rather because of the little Nan Nan's performance. No one expected a little girl to actually have this type of hidden power. Even the white-clothed Divine King, Sacred Prince, GZ, and others revealed looks of contemplation. Pa. A sharp and clear sound interrupted everyone's contemplation. Shunming gave herself a slap, extremely direct, not becoming angry out of humiliation or becoming hostile. This sound left many people stupefied. I take back my previous words, apologize to Divine King Jiang here, apologize to you, and congratulate you on your great joy. He spoke in a straightforward manner, not beating around the bush at all. Within 10 years, I will stay far away from all of you. Wherever you all are, I will automatically move out of the way. Everyone erupted into commotion, not expecting him to really fulfill his promise like this. This type of arrogant person actually lowered himself to this type of attitude, leaving everyone shocked. Then, Shenming brought the 3 children with her, turning around to leave, not stopping for even a moment, not feeling dejected at all, still tall and straight and intimidating, powerful without changing. Wherever her eyes passed, everyone moved out of the way. While he was leaving, someone secretly sneered and said, "What life-restricted region? Nothing more than a joke." He wasn't even able to enter Ji family's gates, yet he was stopped outside, slapped in the face. If he was strong enough, he should have slaughtered his way in, slaughtered until blood flowed like rivers, corpses endless, only then would he be worthy of being a supreme being's heir. This voice was just that abrupt, shocking everyone. He actually dared speak like this. Was he tired of living? However, when everyone looked around, not a single person could find the source of the voice, unable to discern the direction. This person had wondrous techniques, moreover used a secret treasure, and that was why he could do this. His intentions were sinister, clearly not an upright person. Maliciously attacking Shenming was nothing more than to increase his sense of shame, to get revenge on Yi Fan, Ji family, and others in the future. "Get out here!" the big black dog shouted. At the same time, Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Ji Zi, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also searching, wishing to uncover the person hiding in the dark. Meanwhile, Shenming's eyes were even more so cold, sweeping over every single person. "What, did I say something wrong? As the descendant of an ancient supreme being, if you don't dare slaughter endless corpses, how can you call yourself a supreme being?" A light ding sound rang out. The white-clothed divine king flicked his finger. There was no zither in his hands, but the divine overture's sublimation sound was released, stirring up the world, tracing back to the source, directly extending towards a group of people. Peng! A magic tool exploded there. A great saint tool that was used to protect oneself was turned into ashes. Another secret treasure that was used to conceal one's divine sense and whereabouts also exploded and turned into fragments. That person was exposed. Clown jumping around. Shenming laughed coldly, directly reaching out a large black hand. It descended like a dark cloud, grabbing this person. Then, his bones were broken and his tendons snapped, immediately turning into a bloody mist. He didn't even ask anything, directly killing this initial stage great sage, a sect ancestor-level figure with extremely terrifying strength, extremely direct. If you have the strength, then just step out and be as direct as me. You don't have the strength, yet you still want to cause trouble in the dark, make irresponsible remarks, you are purely courting death, Shenming said extremely coldly. Then, she turned around and left, thus disappearing. A sect ancestor-level figure from outside this region died, yet the imperial prince from a restricted region didn't treat this as a big deal at all, showing it beneath contempt, too lazy to even ask about it. "Brother Yi, congratulations, I wish you two a long life together." And Pu spoke up, his handsome face extremely pale, carrying a bit of a sickly appearance. However, no one dared look down on him. Just now, he had previously erupted with an aura that made the sun, moon, and stars tremble. And Pu carried a gentle smile. After congratulating him, he said seriously, "We will now turn around and part ways. From today on, if we meet again, we will be enemies, not resting until one of us is dead." Everyone was stunned. A moment ago, he was still congratulating him, yet the next instant, he was this serious, the complete opposite, making everyone's hearts tremble. This was definitely a powerful figure, a supreme being, heaven's pride of a generation. Yi Fan cupped his hands. His impression of An Pu wasn't bad. Just now, if it wasn't for him stopping him, he would have definitely fought a life-and-death battle with Shenming, a bloody battle definitely taking place. If that was the case, on this great day, it really would be a bit of a wet blanket. And Pu didn't stop, turning around and leaving. The engagement ceremony continued. Everyone invited the white-clothed divine king into Ji family. Many guests arrived, all of them passing through that grand entrance. Wavering Light Holy Lord Weiwei has arrived. Wind Clan Holy Lord Feng Huang has arrived. Emperor Guhua's imperial throne has arrived. Following loud shouts, the sect masters of holy lands arrived one after another, participating in this engagement ceremony. The commotion was great, extremely shocking. Later on, it was unknown just how many foreign saints also entered Ji family. The Void bloodline didn't feel any fear. There were great emperor patterns here, so there was no need to worry no matter how many people came. As long as they dared enter and wanted to cause trouble, they would naturally be suppressed. This was the confidence of a family that had produced a great emperor before. However, it was precisely under this type of background that someone entered Ji family, still extremely arrogant, lacking respect, let alone fear. A great sage stepped out, actually only coming to deliver a letter, his voice ice cold. Yi Fan, come out, personally open this letter. This letter released sparkling precious splendor, actually flowing with a strand of emperor might, leaving everyone shocked. Who was this? The letter that was written had this type of terrifying aura, strand after strand of emperor might released. Even though it was auspicious and amiable, not carrying any killing intent, it was still intimidating. Chapter 1559. It was just a letter, yet it shone brilliantly, releasing the dignity of a great emperor. It was as if an unmatched supreme being had appeared, overlooking the world, making the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers lose color. Sparkling radiance swirled about this letter, extremely gentle, containing an aura that made one feel reverence. Many people almost knelt down. It wasn't all that overbearing, but it left behind an imprint of this level. In the myriad worlds, all creatures, from the great sages to the common folk, would feel great fear in their hearts. They would tremble in fear, as if they were facing the ruler of the age when the heavens and the earth were split apart. They would feel fear from their souls, and they would want to prostrate themselves in worship. Who wouldn't be shocked? Even the saints and sect ancestors from outside this region felt fear. Who exactly was this? Yi Fan, come out and receive the great emperor's decree. This great sage said coldly, not showing much expression, not giving others the slightest bit of goodwill. Who are you? Acting so arrogant, do you want to be spanked? The divine child cried out. Because he displayed a valiant performance in the battle against Shenming family's child, as a reward, Yi Fan didn't immediately put him away, allowing him to freely play around. Even though the little fatty tried his best to look mature, his entire body was smooth and slippery, his little birdie exposed, his body white and clean. Together with the phrase spanking, his childishness was exposed. In the past, as long as he wasn't honest, he would be spanked by Li Tian. In his eyes, this was the most detestable punishment, something he loathed bitterly. That was why it also became a great move to intimidate others. This was a great sage who seemed to be in his prime, blood energy exuberant. It could be said that he had immeasurable prospects. If he fought with everything he had, he might have a chance of breaking through the quasi-emperor trial. His brown hair was thick and dense, and his body was well built. His skin was a bronze color, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. They were extremely intimidating, and when he coldly swept his gaze over, Godchild immediately broke out into a cold shiver. When everyone saw his attitude and how he didn't fear the resources of Yi Fan and the others, and how he didn't respect or fear them in the Ji clan, they all understood that he was a tough character. He definitely had an extraordinary background, and was clearly fearless. Naturally, he would not lower himself to the level of a child. However, he still released a wisp of the might of the great sage as a warning. His eyes were quite sharp. Melon Brat is right. What are you being so arrogant for? I once fought with great Emperor Wu Shi, but I wasn't as arrogant as you. You want to be arrogant even after coming here? The Black Emperor came out. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he revealed a mouthful of snow-white fangs. Everyone shivered inwardly. This large black dog was different from before. He rarely took the initiative to admit that he had followed Wu Shi before, clearly stating this. Of course, it was definitely bragging. When Wu Shi was conquering the world, there was no need for it to do anything. In some unofficial history and ancient records, it was a wandering cub that was picked up by great Emperor Wu Shi in his later years and raised. It was impossible for it to have experienced the various divine battles that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The conquest of the great emperor had nothing to do with it. It had only witnessed a period of extraordinary times, as well as the end of the glory of a great emperor that looked down on all ages. "You're the melon brat," the little fatty said angrily. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with this form of address from the Black Emperor. "There's nothing for me to be arrogant about. I'm only responsible for delivering a letter. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you," the brown-haired great sage said coldly. His eyes were very cold. Although he was concealing it, there was still a hint of hostility. When he spoke, his face was expressionless, as if he was an ice sculpture. "If you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll take you to the sea-suppressing eye," the large black dog said coldly. In the past, he had often clamored about taking in holy sons and holy daughters as human pets. Even though people hated him so much that the roots of their teeth itched, not many people took him seriously. They didn't think he could do it. But now, things were very different. This dog was becoming more and more terrifying. It was only natural that he would be so domineering. "I can't be bothered to say anything more to you," the brown-haired great sage said coldly. "I've already said what I wanted to say, and I've already delivered the letter. Whether you accept or reject it is your choice. However, if you really want to rebel against a great emperor, I also admire you. You can do as you please without fear of your race being exterminated." Kwong dang. In this instant, dozens of formation platforms appeared out of thin air, trapping the great sage within. The Black Emperor was very direct. He was about to make a move and capture him. Wang. A brilliance flashed between the brown-haired great sage's brows, and a pagoda flew out. It was as tall as 33 levels, flowing with mysterious yellow qi and curling with chaotic light. It suppressed above his head, protecting him within. The aura of a great emperor pervaded the air, terrifying to the heavens. It turned this place into an unshakable divine ground. No one could move it, and it blocked the pressure emitted by the formation platforms. This was a great emperor weapon? Everyone was stunned, feeling that this was inconceivable. However, there was no such thing in all the ancient supreme celestial tools. There had never been one in the past. Could it be that it was recently forged by someone? This was too shocking. Could someone have become an unmatched great emperor? This was too shocking. If this was the case, then wouldn't it make the current younger generation's heavenly geniuses feel despair? This pagoda was 33 levels tall, forged from eternal blue gold. This was a true immortal material, a material exclusive to ancient great emperors. Right now, it suppressed the void, a dazzling blue, sparkling and resplendent, blinding everyone's eyes. It was boundless, the atmosphere majestic, as if it represented the 33 layers of heavens, suppressing this place. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, there was actually all life source energy pouring down from every level, as if a magnificent waterfall was pouring down from the 33 heavens. It actually had a bit of source energy mixed within. Even though it wasn't as good as Yi Fan's source energy root, not the essence of mysterious yellow, it was still extremely rare, enough to shock the world. This pagoda was formidable, actually made from two types of immortal materials. It was too rarely seen and world-shocking. Who was this? Who exactly became a great emperor? If this was the case, then it was the same as cutting off all of the young prides of heaven's paths, making everyone feel great fear. Silently doing this, heaven-defying and world-shocking, no wonder the brown-haired great sage dared to do this. Even when facing the 7 great life-restricted regions, he still had enough confidence, not feeling any fear. Honglong. The Black Emperor took action. Another 20 or so formation cores appeared, surrounding this person and unleashing a world-shocking attack. There was emperor might that pervaded the air, erupting, shocking everyone. Streak after streak of auspicious light surged, streak after streak of immortal splendor exploding in the void. Divine chains of order interweaved. This was the power of the damaged Wu-Sha killing formation. Everyone trembled, all of them backing up. No one expected that after arriving at the Ji family that had produced a great emperor before, there would be this type of confrontation that happened. It left everyone alarmed and alarmed. This involved supreme beings, making everyone feel incomparably nervous. Killing light burst forth, a Kuan Peng spread its wings, all of the clouds in the sky exploding, tearing apart the 9 heavens. Emperor might spread, the heavens above and the earth below, everything trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Then, beautiful flower petals drifted down, every single flower sparkling and translucent, reflecting a living great world, extremely majestic, grand, and terrifying. One flower, one world. This was a great collision between the two. The Black Emperor used the Great Killing Formation to attack, while the Emperor's pagoda was defending, displaying such a grand scene, intimidating the mortal realm. Within the dazzling natural laws, it was as if someone was ascending with multicolored light, especially dazzling. In the end, when all of the brilliance faded, the large black dog revealed a serious expression. He had encountered an extraordinary person. That sparkling and translucent blue Emperor's pagoda was not only not broken, it didn't even move in the slightest. Natural laws interweaved there, chaotic aura rising, creating a hazy scene. Of course, this was only a probing attack, not a true life and death battle. The Black Emperor still hadn't used all of his formation patterns, and there were still many formation cores that hadn't been set up. It wasn't like last time when he faced the old winged snake, where he used all of his trump cards. Honglong. The Black Emperor moved again, about to attack. Moreover, this time, the brown-haired great sage also took the initiative to attack. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of his lips, and even in the G-clan, he was not afraid. Clang, 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 thick sword chi soared into the sky, as if a celestial tool was trembling from the highest heavens. Boundless sword rays rained down, all of which originated from the void. This was the G-clan's great formation awakening, and they had made their move. In their ancestral grounds, there was no need to make any decisions. Even if their opponent's background was astonishing, they still had to protect Yifan's dignity. After all, they could be considered a family from now on, so there was no need for them to think too much. Gods and Buddhas were slain, and immortal sounds rang out endlessly. The immortal pagoda above the brown-haired great sage's head swayed, shaking off layers of light, releasing boundless auspicious light. It was all Emperor's might, blocking this attack. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He hasn't truly become a monarch yet, and he hasn't passed that barrier, someone from the G-clan said coldly. The Great Formation's attack became even more terrifying. Although it wasn't the core Great Emperor formation, and only the outer layer of the killing Tao was used, it was still enough to shock the world. Not far. The white-clothed God King stared at the pagoda, revealing an incomparably serious expression. At the same time, the Black Emperor also brought out formation platforms one after another, surrounding this place, wanting to attack the brown-haired great sage again. The outer layer of the G-clan's Great Emperor formation was activated, and the Black Emperor's incomplete formation runes were brought out, wanting to suppress this person at the same time. However, the brown-haired great sage didn't feel any fear. On his head, the Emperor's pagoda's light became even more resplendent, strands of Emperor Tao laws spread out, like the feathers of a phoenix, extremely dazzling. When these runes appeared, everyone was shocked. Just now, the G-clan's great sage said that this person hadn't achieved the Tao, but this kind of performance made everyone confused. This 30-floor pagoda was practically no different from a great Emperor weapon. He was just one step away, about to cross that barrier and become the current world's supreme Great Emperor. From his weapon, one could see that he wasn't even afraid of losing this weapon. There was basically no one who could block his path. This was shocking. To be more precise, this person could fight against the unparalleled existences of the 7 great life-restricted zones, because those ancient supreme beings had all paid the most disastrous price to live until now. As such, it could be said that in the present world, this person already had nothing to fear. Even if he didn't say that he was number 1 in the universe, he was close to being unrivaled under the heavens. He had achieved the highest fruit of Tao. He was only one step away from crossing that barrier and becoming another supreme great emperor since the beginning of time. This was shocking. The people who were still holding on to a sliver of hope just now all felt a wave of fear. Someone was really going to become a great emperor, and there was no way to stop it. There seemed to be no suspense, not even the existences of the life-restricted zones could do anything about it. At the very least, this person's vitality was definitely more vigorous than the ancient supreme beings, and he was currently at the peak of his life, about to break through the shackles, rule over the 9 heavens, and suppress this whirl. No wonder. Everyone finally knew why the brown-haired great sage dared to do this. The person behind him was about to achieve the Tao. This was a supreme being with even more confidence than the life-restricted zones. He might rule over the heavens and 10,000 realms. An old era was about to come to an end, and a new era was about to begin. Since the ancient times, another great emperor dynasty would be created, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths would all be revered. Chapter 1560. The pressure was immense and boundless. Everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. They were almost suffocating and their primordial spirits were about to collapse. In particular, those who had aspirations of becoming emperors were all silent. This was like an unshakable mountain that blocked their path forward. No one could see any hope. Whether it was the sacred prince or the Prince of G, they were both shocked. They had never thought that someone in this generation could reach this step. They were the children of ancient emperors and great emperors, so no one knew better than them how difficult it was to reach this step. It was not something that could be achieved through the accumulation of time. Without unparalleled talent and outstanding talent, it was impossible to even think about touching the steps of that realm. Not to mention stepping on the steps and truly opening that door, it was simply too difficult. Since ancient times until now, almost none of the descendants of great emperors had achieved the Tao. None of them could cross this hurdle. No matter where this person came from, whether he was an imperial prince or a mortal, he could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was no need to think too much about it. He had surpassed all the heroes of the present age. If this person became an emperor, there would be no hope for the world. Was it possible for 2 great emperors to appear in one era? When Yi Fan was still weak, he had thought that changing the starry sky and changing the ancient land of life would give rise to the possibility of several emperors coexisting. But as he became stronger and stronger, his heart wavered. All signs indicated that it was very difficult. It was possible to achieve the Tao in different places, but it would be the quasi-emperor instead of the true supreme great emperor realm. In the end, the strongest of the 10,000 worlds would cross a single wooden bridge and fight for the sole qualification. Unless there was an exception, unless it was a strange legendary era like the Venerable Emperor era, it might be possible to break the shackles of heaven and earth and have the possibility of several emperors coexisting. Of course, this was only a guess and might not necessarily be true. Until now, there was no direct evidence to prove that there were several great emperors in the Venerable Emperor era. The brown-haired great sage had a cold expression on his face. He didn't say a word, but his aura said it all. He stood proudly, and behind him was an emperor who would rule over the entire universe. Even if he stood in the forbidden zone, he wouldn't be in danger of dying, and wouldn't do anything to him. It was because right now, he represented a supreme being, an emperor envoy. No one dared to touch him. Yi Fan, are you going to accept the decree or not? This time, it isn't a bad thing. The emperor admires you greatly, entrusting you with an important task. The brown-haired great sage spoke again. Just how powerful did he have to be to dare to come here and recruit the holy physique of the human race? One had to know that he was a great sage, and his future achievements were limitless. Who could order him around? But now, such a person had really appeared. He directly said that he wanted to entrust an important task to him, but in reality, he wanted to take him in as his subordinate. He wasn't afraid of any backlash at all. This represented a type of supreme confidence and conceit. What emperor lord? Is he stronger than this celestial emperor? Divine Child shouted angrily. Although this little fatty was young, his confidence was bursting. Yi Fan walked over step by step, his expression incomparably cold. Someone wanted to take him in as a subordinate. Even if that person was going to become an emperor, it was still difficult for him to accept. You think too highly of yourself. Don't forget that he still hasn't passed that trial. Please remember, as long as he doesn't truly become an emperor, there will be many variables. In this world, there might be someone who can take him in, the Black Emperor said coldly. However, right now, his expression was already extremely serious. A creature who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia before spoke like this, naturally leaving everyone's expressions shaken. Is there someone like this? I truly don't know who else in this world can take in an emperor lord. At this point, no one can do anything. The brown-haired great sage was extremely confident. He pointed at the 33-story blue immortal gold pagoda above his head, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He said, even if someone can temporarily take away this pagoda, it's useless. A supreme being can reach the heavens and earth in an instant. No one can suppress even a strand of his hair. Perhaps the so-called Emperor Lord wanted to recruit Yi Fan and had a certain amount of sincerity, but this person definitely had selfish motives and enmity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this special day to deliver the decree letter. The sacred prince sneered and said, "You are overconfident. Back then, even after my father achieved the Tao, he didn't act like the person behind you, making such a grand display. You want someone who can challenge a great emperor in the future to become a subordinate with a decree? I think he's just worried and wants to forcefully stay by his side to watch over him." Regardless of whether it was him or GZ, they both had the qualifications to say these types of words. Their fathers were true great emperors, so they had the final say. The Emperor Lord of the Divine Court thinks highly of you and wishes to confer you the title of the Lord of a domain in the Big Dipper Star region. I hope you don't refuse and don't make a mistake. The brown-haired great sage stared at Yi Fan and spoke like this. The Divine Court, this was the first time news of the Big Dipper Star region spread out. This caused all the saints who came from the myriad heavens to feel a wave of astonishment. Then, they began to discuss. The Divine Court Lord's cultivation is profound and his magical power is at the peak of the current era. If he truly moved out, he would be invincible under the heavens. Some of the great sages in the depths of the cosmos even took the initiative to worship him as their master, opening up territories for him. This is an incomparably great power that will sweep through the 8 desolates. They have the great ambition of unifying the heavens and earth. Some people had heard of the Divine Court before because their influence was too great. They had already ruled some ancient regions and their might shook the cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled as he suddenly understood. This wasn't the first time he heard of this. He had once fought against them. When he went to the Ziwei Star region to search for the little girl, he almost uprooted the Divine Court organization there. In the past, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty was destroyed by this organization from the outer realms. They replaced it and became the ruler of that region. The Divine Court Lord imitated the ancients and wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven of the mythological era. He wanted to recreate the glory of the autarch era. Back in the Ziwei Star region, Yi Fan had already guessed that there must be a powerful quasi-emperor behind the Divine Court. But he didn't expect it to be even more powerful than he had imagined. "Is it the so-called Sovereign Lord that you speak of who asked you to deliver the letter today?" asked Yi Fan coldly. After that, he said, "I don't think so. If I'm not wrong, you have a close relationship with the great sage that I destroyed in the Ziwei Star region, right? Today, you purposely did this to anger me so that the Sovereign Lord behind you would make a move. You also know that you once killed that great sage?" The brown-haired great sage finally erupted. He no longer concealed the hatred in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. He only has himself to blame," said Yi Fan. The 33-level pagoda hung high in the sky, sending down strands of source chi. The eternal blue and gold light flickered, illuminating the universe. The brown-haired great sage stood below, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. He had the backing of someone who was about to become a sovereign lord, so he wasn't afraid of anything here. He wasn't even afraid that the Ji clan, which had once produced a sovereign lord, would be able to do anything to him. "In that case, accept the decree," said the great sage coldly. Things had already reached this step, forcing him to take things step by step to the extreme. At this time, letting Yi Fan accept the letter was equivalent to forcing him to lower his head, forcing him to submit. This was clearly bullying. He wanted to use this opportunity to anger Yi Fan, wanting to kill him with a borrowed knife. He wanted the Divine Court Lord to eliminate the greatest enemy in his eyes. The Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, the Dark Emperor and the others were all furious. Even GZ, who was a man of few words, had a cold expression on his face. He wanted to attack. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't be so rude. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't do this. This was going too far. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but it was impossible for him to be so rude. The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He activated the pagoda above his head and said, "I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the Divine Court Lord, you can naturally do so." The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He then activated the pagoda above his head and said, "I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the Divine Court Lord, of course, you can." With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan directly took out the green copper cauldron. A wave of Divine Court Lord's pressure erupted and pressed forward. He directly attacked. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was an Emperor Lord's weapon. It contained the secret of becoming an immortal and was nurtured by Kunlun. It had once caused heaven and earth to tremble, causing all kinds of changes. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Everyone looked at the green cauldron with incomparable desire. At this moment, it was shining with a lustrous radiance. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on its surface, and the primordial chi surged. What do you want to do? Do you want to go against the Divine Court Lord? Are you not afraid of the calamity of having your entire clan wiped out? The brown-haired great sage shouted. The 33-layered pagoda above his head flickered with a brilliant blue and gold radiance. There were tens of thousands of strands, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. It was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. You are just a messenger. I naturally won't lower myself to the level of an errand boy like you, Yi Fan calmly said. When the brown-haired great sage heard this, he became furious. What kind of status did he have? He was the sect ancestor of a region, yet the other party truly treated him like a messenger. His tone was filled with not the slightest bit of concern, truly treating him like an odd-job servant, disdainful and full of contempt. However, the messenger still needs to understand etiquette. Offending me like this, even though I won't kill you, the offense you committed cannot be easily forgiven. Yi Fan coldly said. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Fan personally said this. This meant that he truly treated this great sage as a servant, not treating him as someone of the same level or an expert of the same level. The brown-haired great sage was furious. His eyes became increasingly cold. Today, he wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Court Lord to trample on Yi Fan's dignity, but he never expected the other party to be so much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though the Emperor Lord was destined to achieve the Tao, the other party still wasn't willing to yield. Didn't you come to deliver a letter? I do want to hear the Emperor Lord's good intentions. Kneel over and read the letter. Yi Fan's expression was calm, speaking as if it was a matter of course. Everyone was shocked, and then they all revealed looks of shock. Yi Fan was using a domineering method to resolve the crisis, not leaving behind any traces. He didn't lower his head, but he didn't offend the Emperor Lord either. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others all revealed smiles. They all looked forward, staring at the brown-haired great sage. The brown-haired great sage's heart jumped, and then his body went cold. He felt that the situation wasn't good. Yi Fan's actions were extremely sinister, making him kneel and read the letter, completely destroying his previous plans. By doing this, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't lose his dignity, nor would he immediately break off relations with the Emperor Lord. It was just that this brown-haired great sage had to bear all of the humiliation on his shoulders. In reality, this matter was also caused by the brown-haired great sage himself. He wanted to borrow power to pressure Yi Fan, forcing him to walk down a path of no return. Now that Yi Fan was doing this, even if the Emperor Lord heard about it, he wouldn't be able to say anything. The brown-haired great sage would suffer humiliation for nothing. Perhaps, the Emperor Lord would appreciate the human race's saint physique more. The brown-haired great sage's expression immediately turned cold. He couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. It was better to leave this place first. Unfortunately, it was easy to come, but difficult to leave. Yi Fan's green copper cauldron pressed down. At the same time, The monkey waved the black immortal iron rod and directly smashed over. Emperor's might surged. He had long since found Yi Fan an eyesore. Meanwhile, GZ attacked with the void mirror. Not to mention his relationship with Yi Fan, this was his home, so he had to pay respects to the owner. The blue gold emperor's pagoda shook, and the source chi burst forth. It was extremely extraordinary, almost equivalent to an emperor weapon. Moreover, because its owner was still alive, he existed in this world, which would increase its boundless power. This was because this weapon was still alive. However, under the pressure of 3 emperor weapons, it still couldn't do anything. It was forcefully suppressed, and in the end, this item directly tore the void apart, wanting to rush out. Kneel over and read the letter. Yi Fan pressed forward. Chapter 1561. The Emperor's pagoda flew away. It possessed a boundless might and majestic aura, resonating with the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan and the others did not stop it, and the Ji family did not use the Great Empress formation to stop it either, allowing it to leave. Now was not the time to break off relations with the Emperor Lord. Leaving behind a pagoda was useless, and it could not stop him from achieving the Tao. What would come would come. What they lacked the most now was time. Whether it was Yi Fan, the sacred prince, or Ji Zichuan, they all had the qualifications to become future supreme beings. As long as they grew up, they might have the strength to fight. And this period of time did not necessarily need to be too far away. For those who truly wanted to step on that path, time would not be an obstacle or a stumbling block in their path. In the air above Yi Fan's head, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, the origin energy of all things descending. The Emperor's might was displayed to its fullest, vast and boundless. Now that he had become the great sage, he was just like the old man demon from back then. He could activate this damaged immortal artifact, allowing it to release a peerless pressure. As for the brown-haired great sage, his knees had long cracked from the pressure, unable to endure this kind of pressure. He knelt down, unable to block the Emperor's might at all. If he dared to forcibly resist, he would definitely become dust. Read the letter, Yi Fan said coldly and emotionlessly. This person wanted to borrow the power to oppress him, to humiliate him, to force him into a dead end. He naturally would not have any good temper, and would do as he should, directly targeting him. The letter was still emitting a precious radiance, emitting strands of auspicious colors. It was imprinted with the Tao laws of a person who was about to achieve the Tao. There was no killing intent, but it was still terrifying. Without the protection of the Emperor's pagoda and the Emperor's artifact on his body, even as a messenger, the brown-haired great sage was trembling as he held the letter, his body feeling like it was going to split apart. Don't go too far. He spoke with difficulty, raising his head with great difficulty to meet Yi Fan's gaze. However, the bronze cauldron in front of him directly swept out a strand of pressure, causing him to immediately tremble. His face paled, unable to say a single word. Who's the one who's going too far? Acting so presumptuously at my engagement ceremony and wanting to take advantage of the situation to humiliate me? You're not qualified, Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumbling sound, Emperor's might spread out. Yi Fan's voice was accompanied by the rumbling of the bronze cauldron. His voice was boundlessly vast, like a great emperor berating a prisoner beneath his feet. There were only 2 paths in front of the brown-haired great sage. He could either submit or be smashed to pieces. Moreover, he was trembling involuntarily. This was the great emperor's might that made him lose control of his body. As for his primordial spirit, it couldn't hold on any longer either. It was as if it was facing a primordial beast that wanted to devour him. At this moment, his instincts betrayed his consciousness. The deepest part of his soul was trembling. Facing the fluctuations of the treasures left behind by the ancient emperors, he felt extreme fear. The brown-haired great sage knelt there. He stretched out his trembling hands and opened the letter. At this moment, even more blazing light flowed out, almost making him collapse. The aura of someone who was about to achieve the Tao covered the sky and earth, making his situation even worse. His body was like a sieve as he softly fell there, swaying back and forth. It was extremely unbearable. This was a great sage. But under the Emperor's weapon, in front of the imprint of someone who achieved the Tao, he was nothing. He didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. The brown-haired great sage instinctively opened the letter. With a trembling voice, he began to read the letter intermittently. Just as he said, the content of the letter was to recruit Yi Fan, but it could still be considered respectful. Everyone held their breaths. This place was extremely quiet. This was actually the result. Earlier, the brown-haired great sage wanted to borrow power to suppress others. He stood there arrogantly, ordering Yi Fan to receive the decree, but in the end, he himself knelt here and read the letter for the human race's divine physique. It was truly lamentable. Such a thing actually happened here. A great sage knelt on the ground, submitting to the feet of the human race's divine physique. He held the letter with both hands and read it word by word. This appearance left everyone shocked and speechless. This person wasn't worthy of sympathy. He was overbearing in the front and had a high and mighty attitude. Now that he was suppressed, he had only himself to blame. However, the contrast between before and after was too great. It made people feel as if time had changed and space was in disorder. The appearance of a sect ancestor was truly a bit pitiful. Who told you to be arrogant? Now, you're going to be spanked, right? Not far away, the divine child muttered. His chubby little face seemed to say that he already knew this would happen. He said, "Don't you know that evil Yi Fan is very bad? Under normal circumstances, this heavenly emperor would dare to provoke him. You alone are far from enough." Everyone was truly speechless. They almost laughed out loud. The little fatty was clearly only knee-high, but he still tried his best to act like an experienced daoist. It was truly laughable. Yi Fan put away the broken myriad origin cauldron. He didn't even look at the brown-haired great sage who was prostrating on the ground. It was as if he didn't exist, completely ignoring him. This was a kind of undisguised contempt. Yi Fan treated him as if he didn't exist. He truly treated him as a messenger servant, not a powerful sect ancestor who could rule over a region. The sacred prince also put away the black immortal iron rod. The auspicious clouds and immortal light all retracted into his body. Jizi also put away the void mirror, restoring peace to this place. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others all laughed. Why did he have to do this? If the brown-haired great sage hadn't harbored evil intentions and been so overbearing, this wouldn't have been the result at all. All the guests who came to attend the engagement ceremony had personally witnessed Yi Fan's strength. Those who had evil intentions were all extremely fearful. Forcing a great sage to kneel and read a letter was truly shocking. The ancient race heroes all shivered. They had already experienced Yi Fan's methods 200 years ago. At that time, he hadn't even become a saint yet, but he had already stirred up a storm in the world. Not to mention now, he was already the great sage, rampaging through the world and looking down on all races. The more they understood the past, the more their hearts trembled, making them even more fearful. The saints of the outer realms were very self-aware. In this kind of situation, no one would speak carelessly, and it was even more impossible for them to have any improper actions. The brown-haired great sage trembled as he stood up from the ground. He placed the letter on the table. His face was incomparably pale. He had suffered such humiliation today, and his heart was stifled to the extreme. A trace of incomparable resentment was hidden in his eyes. He trembled until he was far away from the letter. Only then did he straighten his back. His face alternated between green and white. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the ground and end his own life. However, even ants were greedy for life, let alone the sect ancestor of a region. He was naturally unwilling. He slowly calmed down and expressionlessly said, "Can I leave now?" "Yes." Yi Fan waved his hand, wanting to send him away. The brown-haired great sage took a deep look at him. There was anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match at all. Once the other party had the green copper cauldron, he would never have the slightest chance of revenge. Finally, he swept his gaze over Shen Wa, Little Nan Nan, Li Heishui, Little Qa, Hua Hua, and the others. In the depths of his eyes, there was a cruel and cold killing intent. No matter how well he concealed it, how could he escape the sacred prince's fiery eyes of truth, let alone Yi Fan's heaven's eye? Immediately, The two's faces darkened. How dare you, thief? How dare you not give up? I've already spared your life, but you don't repent and still harbor evil intentions, the sacred prince scolded. Yi Fan acted first. He did not want the sacred prince to have any karma with the bloodline of the emperor of the divine court. The green copper cauldron in his body glowed, causing his palm to burst forth with an emperor's might. In an instant, he flicked his finger, and a thin ray of light rushed out, directly striking the brown-haired great sage's body. Ah! He screamed. His whole body spasmed, and his face was covered in sweat. It was as if he was in extreme pain. You destroyed my Tao foundation. The brown-haired great sage screamed in pain. His face was ashen, and it was extremely ugly. It's fine if you have hatred in your heart, but you should hide it well. If I find out that you want to harm my disciples and friends, if I still let you continue to cause trouble, then the heavens will not forgive me. You are so cruel. The brown-haired great sage was close to despair. I didn't completely destroy your foundation, but you can forget about being the great sage for the rest of your life. Yi Fan said it casually, but in the brown-haired great sage's ears, it was like thunder. His face was snow-white, and his body staggered into the distance. The accident had come to an end, but it was difficult for the crowd to calm down. The emperor of the divine court was about to achieve Tao, and he would become another supreme great emperor. The letter was placed on the table. It was still shining, dazzling, and resplendent. Strand after strand of emperor energy surrounded it. Almost no one dared to approach. At this time, the white-clothed divine king walked up, and with his long and slender fingers, he picked it up and read it word by word. Then, he asked Yi Fan if he wanted to reply. Yi Fan nodded. Kung Chong sounds rang through the air. Dazzling brilliance erupted. Characters appeared one after another at the tip of the divine king's fingers, engraving themselves into the letter. He gave it to Yi Fan to read through. Many thanks to Senior. Yi Fan expressed his thanks. Only the divine king had this kind of skill, carving imprints beside emperor patterns. This displayed the power to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have to borrow the power of emperor artifacts. With a light kai sound, the letter flew out, entering the body of the distant brown-haired great sage. He was immediately shaken, and then he fled into the horizon without even turning his head back. The engagement ceremony continued. This time, it was extremely harmonious. It was impossible for anyone to stir up trouble again. 2 incidents happened in succession, one from the forbidden region of life, and the other from the sect of a future great emperor. Both of them left dejectedly, and naturally, no one dared to provoke them again. The world is about to collapse, and the immortal gate is about to appear. There must be a great change in this world. In this chaotic world, before the greatest change since the ancient times begins, I think it's better to directly change the engagement ceremony into a grand wedding. Divine King Jiang Taishu suggested. He was stunning in this world, and he was completely qualified to be Yi Fan's guardian. After putting forward this suggestion, the Ji family agreed after some thought. The world was about to completely change. In this terrifying great era, there were many unpredictable changes. Anything could happen, and it was better to call it a wedding earlier. Although the decision was a bit quick, the white-clothed divine king and the elders of the Ji family made the decision. Everyone was happy and expressed their agreement. The Ji family immediately became lively. All kinds of delicacies were brought out, and there were even more jars of divine wine. The fragrance wafted for several li, making people salivate just from smelling it. The atmosphere immediately became lively. People exchanged toasts and chatted merrily. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the experts from the northern Dipperstar region, they were all gathered together. Almost all the holy lands had arrived, and many important figures from the immortal inheritances had come to express their congratulations. Brother Yi, congratulations. A beautiful girl stepped forward. She was ethereal and otherworldly. She was naturally beautiful, and there was a kind of moving radiance about her. She was the light-shaking realm's new divine lord, Vivian. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude, and his heart was filled with endless emotions. When they first came to the northern Dipperstar region, the first person they met was Vivian. She brought them from the forest outside the ancient forbidden lands to a place with people, and then they entered the spirit ruins paradise. At that time, Vivian was also chosen to enter the light-shaking realm, and now she was the master of that place. Rumor had it that she had practically plowed through the entire light-shaking realm, uprooting all the old order and becoming a supreme woman. She was extremely bold. There was a mysterious aura around her. Ha ha! Brother Yi, congratulations. The Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, stepped forward, and behind him followed his sister, Xia Yilin. I also congratulate you. I heard that you are pregnant with Lin and I was just about to go congratulate you. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he teased the white-clothed little nun of the past, asking her when she was getting married. The pure and innocent Xia Yilin glared at him and waved her little fist at him. Behind her was the Wind Clan's divine lord, Feng Huang. She also walked forward and said, "Congratulations." The two of them had a past together, and when they looked back, it seemed like it was just yesterday. The Yi Fan of that era and the current human race's divine physique seemed to be the same, and it felt like they were separated by time and space. Chapter 1562. When they met again, they were still the same, but their moods had long since changed. At this point, the past had long since faded away. There was simply no gratitude or grudges to speak of. That was merely a small interlude in the past. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude and invited her inside. The Wind Phoenix had already taken off her multicolored mask, revealing a pitilessly elegant and beautiful face. She inwardly sighed and walked into the grand palace hall. After so many years, she could only sigh ruefully that Quasi-Emperor and achieving the Tao were too difficult. In this lifetime, it was difficult to meet a single person who could do it. This world was too vast, and extraordinary people came forth in large numbers. However, if one truly wanted to achieve the Tao, there could only be one person who could do it if there were no accidents or strange events like the legendary era. The heroic words of youth seemed to be a type of excessive ambition now, and it was almost impossible for them to come true. However, life was like this. Many things could be thought of well in one's youth, but when the day actually came, it would be a completely different scene. Life continuously discounted us and sent us depression. This was the real life. No matter how beautiful one's longing was, it couldn't be true. One had to face it in the end. Congratulations, little sister Purple Moon, hihi. Hualina had also arrived. Her blue hair was exceptionally beautiful, and her figure was tall and slender. She was radiant and could be considered exceptionally charming. On this day, all kinds of characters arrived to participate in this grand wedding. It gave people the illusion that a distinguished meeting of the 10,000 races was being held in the universe. There were all kinds of races here. The ancient race side with emotion the most. In the past, when Yi Fan was in the northern Dipper Star region, it could be said that he was chased by the saints to the point where he had nowhere to go. He had no choice but to go to the outer realms, and he had been gone for more than 100 years. When he returned, everything was different. Everything had been rewritten. He was already on equal footing with the number one ancient ancestor of each race, and no one dared to chase after him. Now, he was already an influential great character in the northern Dipper Star region. Not many people dared to provoke him. The most important thing was that everyone could see a glimmer of the future from his body. His brilliance was boundless, and the great completion of the saint body was inevitable. At that time, he could challenge the great emperor. In this world, while others were still struggling to find a path, Yi Fan already had a unique advantage. He was different from everyone else. No matter who achieved the Tao, he would have the ability to compete with others when he cultivated to the extreme realm. This was also the main reason why the divine court emperor thought highly of him and had personally written a letter to rope him in. It was unknown how many tables had been set up for the banquet. Even the saints couldn't make it all. There were simply too many experts present, from the northern Dipper to the outer realms. There were countless races and experts. G family was bustling with noise and joy. Firecrackers couldn't help but explode, and all kinds of divine music played. There were also fairy-like young ladies soaring through the sky, green luans, lightning phoenixes, and other auspicious birds dancing in the air. White clouds lingered around, and a large number of palaces hung high up in the sky. It was as if they had arrived in the heavenly realm. The atmosphere here was warm and peaceful. Everyone drank cup after cup of wine, allowing the wedding to maintain a high level of enthusiasm. Some children ran around as if it was the most joyous festival. The little girl was very lively, jumping and playing with other children of the same age. She weaved in and out of the crowd, and her rosy little face was filled with a happy smile. Her every movement was watched by many people, because she was just too extraordinary. Even the imperial prince was scared to the point of going crazy, crying loudly. The flying immortal field that appeared behind her was especially shocking. There were even some people who wanted to capture the little girl and thoroughly study her to see what kind of background she had. Of course, this was just a thought. Who would dare to be rough in G family? Moreover, the imperial prince was scared to that extent, so no one was willing to risk their lives. Cheng Dao, call me Big Brother in the future. I'll teach you exceptional divine abilities and guarantee that you'll be unrivaled under the heavens. Of course, apart from me, the divine child boasted and said a bunch of things to Cheng Dao. In reality, he looked much younger than Cheng Dao. Cheng Dao was already 6 years old. He was very valiant and promising, unlike him who was still completely naked. Cheng Dao curled his lips and ignored the little fatty. Hey, didn't you see me beat up that grandson of the ancient immortal tomb emperor? You still don't believe in my strength. The divine child was dissatisfied. Nearby, everyone was sweating profusely. How could these words have such a great meaning? If this really spread into the immortal tomb, it would probably provoke the ancient supreme being's son into a great rage and directly kill his way over. Cough. The Black Emperor coughed and stood up straight. He was truly like a dog. With a pair of large claws on his back, he slowly walked over. He tried his best to put on a benevolent expression and grinned. At the side, the children of G family were so scared that they started crying. They ran away while shouting loudly. The big black wolf is here, it's going to eat people. The worst big evil wolf. The Black Emperor was depressed. Who was the one teaching children randomly? How could they slander him like this? He was extremely indignant. Achieving Dao. The large black dog smiled, truly like a big-tailed wolf. He thought he was very benevolent, but after he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, all the saints at the side felt their hair stand on end. Uncle Big Black Wolf, do you need something? Cheng Dao's large eyes blinked, and he looked at him in confusion. Who taught you this? The large black dog was infuriated. He had actually been identified as a wolf. But in reality, he really did look like one. Grandmother Wolf, why are you looking for someone who has achieved Dao? Do you want to bully him? You have to get past me first. He's my little brother, the divine child called out. Silly boy, go play in the corner. The Black Emperor pushed him to the side with a slap, and said to Cheng Dao with a smile, I see that your aptitude is extraordinary, and there seems to be a kind of divine and holy blood flowing in your body. Why don't I teach you for a few years and take you in as a registered disciple? A troubled expression appeared on Cheng Dao's small face. He looked left and right, but did not express his opinion. What's wrong? Do you still have concerns? The Black Emperor asked. When my father was in the outer realm, he instructed me to be on guard against Duander and the large black wolf, the little guy answered truthfully. F***CK. The large black dog was even more indignant. Then, he said righteously, if you come with me, you'll definitely be fine. Right at this moment, an astonishing killing intent surged over. Haoyue appeared nearby, his expression dark, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at the large black dog. The Black Emperor coughed dryly, and said, I said, the divine body of the G clan, I did not kidnap your child. I am seriously saying that I want to teach him for a few days. No way. Haoyue refused decisively and straightforwardly. No matter who it was, they would not be at ease. The divine child was only the size of a fart, and he had already become like this after being taught by him for a few days. It would be terrible if he taught him Dao that had achieved Dao. The child that I have taught is cute and lively, and he even has his own personality. Silly boy, right? The Black Emperor asked the little fatty beside him. The divine child directly stuck out his little butt, turned around, and showed him the back of his head, ignoring him. The children that I have taught are all prodigies. This silly boy, divine child, has already displayed his brilliance, and you still don't believe in my abilities. Together with the previous hua hua, this is irrefutable proof, the large black dog said shamelessly. Who is calling me? Hua hua ran over, and after understanding the truth, he said, Senior Uncle G, don't worry. If you feel that it is not safe, you can leave Tao attainment little brother to me. I guarantee that he will be invincible in the future. Pa. Ji Haoyue directly and lightly slapped his shiny head, and said, go away. It was not good to make a move on the Black Emperor, but there was no need to be wary of a junior. Hua Hua was extremely aggrieved and indignant. He walked to the side, and said, who did I offend? Why does everyone like to slap my head? In the future, I will renounce asceticism. Longma and the others finally appeared in time to participate in this grand wedding. However, they were still strictly guarded by Ji Haoyue. His expression was dark, and he did not allow them to approach Tao attainment. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to your parents, husband and wife bow to each other. Inside the Ji clan, Ji Xiong's voice was loud. At the final moment, it was filled with cheers and laughter. Little sister Ziyue, you have to control your man, okay? Hua Lina joked, and sent a voice transmission softly. On the other side, many familiar people were raising their cups. Zhong Wenchang, Liu Yi, the Jade Lake Saint, Jiang Gefei, and the others had all come, and they all came forward to give their blessings. Candlelight flickered, and Yi Fan walked into the bridal room. This was a brilliant starry night, and the room was filled with warmth. A graceful and moving woman sat there, her head covered with a red veil. Lifting the red veil meant a lifetime. Yi Fan walked forward, and gently lifted the veil, revealing a face that could outshine the moon and shame the flowers. In the candlelight, those long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her large eyes were filled with intelligence. When she smiled lightly, small dimples appeared, and her shiny little canine teeth stood out from the masses. This was naturally the most beautiful moment for a woman, and it was also one of the most moving moments in her life. Ji Ziyue had a mischievous and lively personality. She stood up, and her dress fluttered. Her small waist was slender, and her beautiful figure was on full display. She walked to the table and said, I smelled something delicious, and it is so boring to just sit here. Her white cheeks flickered with a sparkling luster. Her fine black hair was soft and smooth. She was not nervous at all. She cheerfully poured a cup of wine for Yi Fan and smiled brightly. Ziyue, it is getting late. Ian, I know. I am hungry, and I want to eat. You can't drink too much. It is just a small jug. That year, I drank 5, and in the end, my skills were unparalleled, and I suppressed my brother. She was bragging, and it was really amusing. If I drank 10, I would definitely be able to suppress you. She giggled and said. In the end, the night was over, and Yi Fan said, it is time to rest. I still haven't drunk enough. Ji Ziyue stretched her small waist, and she hiccuped. Her small face was red, and she looked like she was ripe. This night was warm and brilliant, and it was hard to forget. No matter how many years passed, no matter when it was, Yi Fan would never forget it. It was forever engraved in his heart, and it became his most precious memory. Boom! The heavens fell, and a soul-shaking sound rang out. The entire southern region was shaking, and most of the eastern wasteland was shaking. Resplendent light rushed into the heavens, shaking the world. The entire Big Dipper was shaking, and all the cultivators were shocked. The path to immortality is collapsing, and the path to immortality is about to open. The immortal domain is about to be opened, and the two realms are connected. Immortality is no longer an illusion, and it is about to become a reality. Someone can take that step. The immortal gate has exploded, and it really is connected to the immortal domain. Immortal spirits are falling from within. The entire world was shocked, and the saints of all races shouted. At the same time, light tore through the 7 great life forbidden zones, and pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the human world. The ancient supreme beings in the life forbidden zones were all revived. Chapter 1563. The 7 great life-restricted regions' radiance rushed into the heavens, supreme being aura pervading the air, vaguely seeping out. It was just a strand, yet it made everyone shiver inwardly, feeling great fear, almost laying down on the ground. Was the endless past's great changes going to start from here? All of the cultivators were shocked, all of them trembling. This day was finally about to arrive. No one dared to act recklessly, all of them paying attention to the 7 great life-restricted regions. If they took action, then that would undoubtedly prove it. In reality, roars sounded from the life-restricted regions. There were ancient beasts that were asleep that awakened, as if they were going to bring supreme beings out. There really were creatures that came out, overlooking the southern region. It's coming, it really is appearing in this world. Heavens, the immortal path has opened, another rarely seen flourishing age has arrived. We might be able to see great emperor-level figures, moreover not just one. What flourishing age? A great calamity is about to appear. This is clearly a chaotic world where blood will flow like rivers. From the snowy mountain peaks to the great underground abyss, the great wastelands, the endless great deserts, as long as there were people, they would all feel their blood surging. The great curtains were about to be pulled back, the world of mortals about to undergo immortal ascension changes. This day was like the end of the world. Everyone was incomparably nervous, feeling uneasy. This type of atmosphere was too stifling, making one feel like they were suffocating. A creature came out from the divine ruins, a silver-backed scarlet-horned great Cheline, its might vast and mighty. It already restrained a portion of its aura, but it was still just this intimidating. The entire world was shaken. This type of aura spread, filling the road ahead, making heaven and earth tremble. Because of this, it rumbled, terrifying to the heavens, shocking all life until they trembled. Is this the ancient supreme being of the divine ruins? It actually really appeared. No, this should only be his mount, not the main one yet. Only long after that matchless Cheline left did the saints discuss among themselves, blood surging within their bodies, their hearts shaken and stirred up to the extreme. It was just too shocking. If nothing unexpected happened, that seemed to be an ancient mount that surpassed the great sage. There was a terrifying creature that appeared in the restricted regions, even though it was just a mount. This beast looked a bit hazy, its entire body surrounded by immortal light. All heavenly eyes were useless, unable to see through it. In reality, no one had the courage to offend it. Only when the primal chaos chi was blown away would one be able to see that the scales of this silver-backed red-horned Cheline were actually made of stone. It was extremely shocking. However, along the way, the people of the world only saw a silhouette. It disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the crack on the path of immortality outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. There were already people here, and there were many of them. Tens of thousands of people were crouching on the ground, and there were only 2 people standing in front of them, looking at the immortal gate. That was the true quasi-emperor, the one who had truly surpassed the great sage. After so many years, the person who was stained with the word emperor finally appeared. He stood there, and no one could approach him, nor did anyone dare to offend him. After Divine Ruin's silver-backed scarlet-horned great Cheline arrived, the 2 individuals' eyes became even deeper. Their entire bodies shone, making themselves invisible and impossible to see through. Something really fell out. The silver-backed scarlet-horned great Cheline muttered to itself, speaking in divine language. It was extremely ancient, and almost no one could understand it. However, the fluctuations of the divine will were common. Now, even the great sage avoided this place. As for the other saints who didn't leave in time, they all submitted from the depths of their souls. Many people couldn't endure the pressure and laid down on the ground. The 2 quasi-emperors' eyes were deep. Mists of light rose, and they couldn't see clearly. They didn't say anything. Meanwhile, this great Cheline with some of its stone scales also began to watch silently. It was someone who came out from the divine ruins, and it represented the attitude of a restricted area. No one dared to touch it in the slightest. On the lofty mountain peak, the great crack had already expanded to 2,000 jong in length. It increased explosively in a single night, as if it had exploded. It was extremely shocking. From time to time, a strand of substance similar to the northern immortal light would fly out, making the group of saints' eyes burn with desire. Unfortunately, there were 2 quasi-emperors standing here, as well as a desolate beast. No one dared to move in the slightest. Chaotic energy surged, auspicious multicolored light blossoming. Previously, there were objects that fell out, but no one dared pick them up. They were wrapped in immortal flames, burning fiercely on the ground. Apart from this, there were terrifying lightning tribulation remnants that were spreading. It was extremely shocking. What is going on? A quasi-emperor asked, finally speaking. It was clear that the 2 quasi-emperors didn't arrive much earlier than the Great Chelene. They still didn't understand the situation, still observing. He brought over a holy king, calmly asking him, having him inform him. Just now, the immortal path collapsed, and this kind of thing fell out. It was as if lightning tribulation split this place apart. He spoke intermittently, his voice trembling. It was because he really couldn't endure the pressure of the quasi-emperor. Even though the other party restrained a portion of his power, he still felt like an ant facing the heavens. The immortal path collapsed. There were shocking thunderous explosions, moreover erupting from within. The tremendous noise was one of the main reasons why the eastern wastelands were alarmed. A heavenly tribulation that came from immortal domain? How is this possible? The completely hazy, godlike quasi-emperor said to himself. Meanwhile, at this time, his mind even more so trembled. He looked towards the ancient desolate forbidden area, vaguely seeing a figure. He hurriedly turned around, not looking over. Yes, it really exploded from within. It might be an immortal tribulation, or perhaps someone entered a step ahead of us, it's hard to say. This pitiful holy king was imprisoned like this. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. He was greatly suppressed under the emperor's might, his body instinctively betraying his will. Someone entered the immortal path ahead of us. This wasn't impossible. At this time, the 2 quasi-emperors and the Chelene from the divine ruins both opened their heavenly eyes, seriously observing the artifact wrapped in primal chaos and immortal light. At first, everyone thought that it was a celestial spirit that fell out. A celestial spirit? No, it seems to be a damaged body, a portion of its torso missing. The 2 quasi-emperors' expressions changed greatly. That Chelene was also shocked. If that wasn't an immortal, then it was a great emperor. There was definitely no difference, because there was an unrivaled and terrifying aura. Its body was destroyed, dying inside. It truly is shocking. Bo! A light sound rang out. That expanse of primal chaos was broken apart. Immortal light also surged, revealing the damaged corpse inside. It was badly mangled, but it made all creatures feel a pressure, unable to help but bow down. It was unknown just how many experts were kowtowing on the ground. Even the saints were like this. They could sense it even more deeply, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this an immortal corpse? This was what everyone was puzzled about. It was too powerful, terrifying beyond compare. That type of blood was incomparably red, exceptionally shocking. The aura released by any single drop of blood could shock endless generations. Moreover, the more one looked at it, the more they felt an aura of great changes. It was as if it had existed for an extremely long time, traversing endless eras. What kind of person was this? Was he really an immortal? Did he fall out from the immortal domain? No, he is an ancient emperor. The silver-backed scarlet-horned Great Chelene spoke, saying this. It made everyone feel even more terrified. How could this be? An ancient emperor fell out from the immortal domain? What happened? Could it be that he was chased out by an immortal? Was there someone who entered the immortal domain after becoming an immortal? Everyone stared at the great crack, feeling that it was more and more unfathomable. They felt that behind that crack was an extremely mysterious and unknown world. They didn't even have the courage to explore it. It wasn't a supreme being who fought his way in, and it wasn't an immortal either. It was a past quasi-emperor who fell at the end of the immortal path, lying in a pool of blood, stopping at the doorstep. A quasi-emperor sighed, speaking the truth. It made everyone feel even more terrified. It was actually so cruel. This was an ancient emperor-level character. For the sake of achieving immortality, he killed his way in and broke through the barrier, stepping on the immortal path. But in the end, he still fell. And now, the immortal path was broken. He fell out from the barrier and appeared in this world. Is it the demon emperor Shui Yuqing? After so many years, as the saints from the outer realms continuously descended, news of what happened on the immortal path finally reached them. Now, everyone knew that the previous Tian Shui Yuqing had walked extremely far on the immortal path. If it wasn't for his old age and weak body, he might have already fought his way in. No, it seems to be very ancient. Maybe it was the celestial being from the legendary era. This was a shocking speculation. How many people's hopes were buried on this path? Even supreme geniuses fell, buried in a pool of blood. It was too cruel. They were buried inside for so long, only falling out now. This was truly a type of sorrow. It was one thing to die in battle on this path, but now, they could see the light of day again, being sealed for 10,000 years. Why was there the sound of tribulation lightning not long ago, and why was it so powerful, breaking open this path? The second quasi-emperor frowned. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already died, so why could they still undergo tribulation? Was it to help the people of the world open up the immortal path? At the same time, people were also very hopeful, hoping to find an emperor weapon. Even if it was a weapon fragment left behind by the celestial being, it would still be possible. It could definitely be considered a type of immortal burial. Very soon, everyone had an answer. The laws of this place interweaved, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. It seemed like it was about to spread to the entire ancient planet and charge into the vast universe. This power was too majestic. It was a grand emperor-level character transforming into the Tao. Every drop of blood from the fallen corpse was glowing. Even the bones were burning, not to mention the flesh and blood. All of it was returned to the Tao laws of the universe. The broken body transformed into the Tao, thus triggering the tribulation lightning. It wasn't some heavenly punishment, but a natural reaction after the corpse of an expert was exposed and blended with the laws of this world. Perhaps this was the wish of the ancient supreme being before he died. He wanted to return to the world where he was born, ashes to ashes. Thus, after returning, he transformed into the Tao. Rumble. For some reason, the power of transforming into the Tao was completely retracted. It didn't destroy the great wilderness, didn't rush towards the pale-faced saints, and didn't rush towards the starry river. Instead, it directly retracted into the broken corpse. In the end, a resplendent immortal flame erupted. The broken corpse turned into dust, and a rain of light danced about. It was as if he had ascended to immortality. Only the ashes of the tribulation were left, and no blood or corpse could be seen. It disappeared just like that. How lamentable. The Grand Emperor was unrivaled throughout his life, peerless in the heavens and earth. He was unrivaled for an entire lifetime, but in the end, this was the result. The immortal path left even supreme beings in sorrow. The two quasi-emperors left one after the other. That big Chelene also returned to report. Only then did the saints let out a sigh of relief. However, within the great life-restricted regions, the light rushed into the heavens. It didn't disappear, but there was no longer any pressure engulfing the world. They had indeed revived. Perhaps in the next few days, or perhaps in the next few months, the immortal path was destined to open. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying scene. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already made their preparations for the ultimate immortal battle. Chapter 1564. During the wedding, the path to immortality collapsed. In the morning, Yi Fan naturally came as well. With such a huge thing happening, no one could sit still. No major power could remain calm. Now, with a single glance, the light beams from the forbidden regions shot into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, shocking everyone. That seemed to be the immortal light that shot out from the skulls of ancient supreme beings, representing the purity of their immortal platforms. Even now, it was undying, causing people to tremble just from looking at it. The road ahead is going to be difficult. Yi Fan thought back to the words of the white-robed God King when he bid farewell. At this moment, He felt the same way. Being born in such a great era, although it was said to be a golden era, there were also all kinds of sorrowful things. Ancient supreme beings awakened one after another, directly suppressing everyone until they felt suffocated. If a conflict really broke out, slaughtering the 3,000 worlds and splitting the 9 heavens wouldn't be a problem at all. From today onwards, immortal light rushed into the heavens. Just looking at the direction of the forbidden regions was enough to make people feel fear and sigh. When Yi Fan saw this even larger crack, his heart rose and fell, feeling extremely uneasy. The path to immortality was going to open in the end, but the timing wasn't so hopeful. At this time, so what if he, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others were heaven-defying? They definitely wouldn't be able to compete against the true quasi-emperor and the ancient supreme beings. If that was the case, if they really wanted to become an immortal, they could only smash their heads and bleed, their bodies and souls destroyed. There was no hope at all. Unless everyone in the world becomes an immortal and the gate to the celestial realms is opened without any restrictions, allowing everyone to enter. Otherwise, it will be too difficult. The Black Emperor also sighed. War immortal. War immortal. The sacred prince muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the huge crack. He wanted to imitate his father, waiting for the future to turn into a war immortal and fight his way in with his own strength. Leave it for the future. If we participate now, we will only die. GZ nodded, very rationally recognizing this reality. Father, is it like this? Ji Chengdao raised his head and asked. Ji Haoyue brought a 6-year-old child here just to increase his knowledge and experience. He had great hopes for him in the future, so he seriously explained to him. Catcher. It could be clearly heard that this huge crack was expanding, becoming larger and larger. It really made people wonder whether it would one day tear apart the Big Dipper or even split the universe into two. The sound of water falling could be heard, and cries of alarm could be heard from the lofty mountain peak. All the saints retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, causing great chaos. There was something else that fell from the great crack of the immortal path. When everyone saw it with their own eyes, they were immediately alarmed. It was actually bright red blood that flowed with terrifying emperor might. He had lost his intact fleshly body, and his broken body had lost almost all of its essence energy. However, this kind of blood was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even the great sage could injure him. Yi Fan, sacred prince, and GZ stepped forward. The three of them walked side by side. Everyone else was in awe, opening up a path for them. Naturally, the news of what happened in the Ji family had already spread out. Forcing the crown prince of the Forbidden Zone to retreat, forcing the great sage sent by the godly court emperor to kneel, how could this not be shocking? The great crack was like a dark cosmos void. It was incomparably deep, and the immortal light that occasionally flickered was like a galaxy in the cosmos, brilliant and beautiful. That place seemed incomparably mysterious. The unknown always made one feel both hope and fear. Drops of blood flowed down, falling drop by drop. They were wrapped in primal chaos as they fell onto the mountain peak. It was a ghastly sight. A familiar aura. Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. He couldn't help but say this to himself. Who is it? Where have you seen him before? The Black Emperor impatiently asked. GZ and Sacred Prince were both astonished. This was an ancient supreme being that fell on the path of immortality. When did Yi Fan come into contact with him? Could it be that he obtained an emperor weapon that was left behind? The human emperor. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. When he fought against the overlord on the human race's ancient path, he had previously seen the human emperor's divine will. It was precisely this type of aura. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. It was a pity that even the human emperor of a generation was a step short. Correct. There are records in the world that the human emperor was about to succeed, but something unexpected happened on the path of immortality. In the end, he failed at the last moment. GZ said. This was the same as what Yi Fan heard on the human race's ancient path. It truly was too pitiful. He didn't know what kind of accident it was. It truly was lamentable for the human emperor. The sovereign of the 9 heavens 10 earths, the most powerful of his life. He saw the light of dawn, yet he died at the final moment, leaving behind a great regret for endless generations. Pang! An intense tremor sounded. A great crack extended, and then another large piece directly exploded. It didn't become longer, but rather incomparably wide, as if it was a black hole. Within that hole, chaotic energy swirled about. Light flourished. Something else fell down. The human emperor. Yi Fan's mind trembled. This type of feeling couldn't be more clear. That was half a body. Even though he couldn't see it clearly, he could feel that type of majestic and imposing aura. It was as if a great emperor was overlooking the world below, watching all life. Even though he died, even though millions of years had passed, he still had that type of mountain and river devouring might. There was no sound or aura, no shocking thunder erupting. However, this corpse transformed into the Tao. Large amounts of immortal flames suddenly erupted, submerging him and burning him endlessly. Within the final fiery light, a handsome face appeared. It made one's heart tremble. This was the human emperor of a generation. He looked like a young man, only his hair was white. With a single look, one would feel that this was an unrivaled great hero. When they thought back to the scene of the human emperor's divine will reviving on the human race's ancient path, they felt that he was even more imposing. What a pity, the heavens are jealous of heroes. Yi Fan sighed. He felt sorrow for the human emperor. The final immortal flame flickered, leaving behind a bit of ashes. The Tao transformation still didn't affect the great wastelands and the various heroes. Yi Fan walked up, using a jar to collect the ashes. He was going to choose a place with verdant hills and limpid waters to bury the corpse. What exactly happened? Jeezy said to himself. When the human emperor encountered an accident in the past, a portion of his body landed in the human realm, already buried. Meanwhile, the other portion didn't make it out. The path of immortality was too mysterious. This was especially true for those individuals who almost entered it. It was even more unfathomable. Big brother, that big sister is looking at me again. Little Nan also came. She sat on the large black dog's back, tugging at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She looked towards the depths of the ancient forbidden land, her large eyes filled with a strange radiance. Desolate, it was desolate again. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The sacred prince, Ji Haoyue, and the others all revealed serious expressions. They all looked towards that direction, but unfortunately, even the powerful sacred prince's fiery eyes couldn't see through it. Let's go, let's leave this place first. The large black dog was a bit flustered. It was completely different from its usual appearance, no longer possessing its majestic and deceitful image. They really couldn't stay in this place for long. Yi Fan and the others could all sense that there was a tall and slender figure standing above the ancient Forbidden Land's abyss. Through the mist, a pair of clear eyes looked over. They naturally had many guesses, and they might be close to the truth. However, they didn't dare to tarry, fearing that if they stayed too long, the peace would be broken and some unforeseen event would occur. Let's go, let's leave Big Dipper first. The Black Emperor suggested, his expression solemn. The path of immortal ascension was indeed about to open. Everyone could sense it, but so what? They had to be alive to fight for it. In the current Big Dipper star region, only those above the Quasi-Emperor were qualified to fight for it. Everyone made a decision. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, Qi Luo, Hua, Kaida, and the others would all return to the Outer Realms. They would return to the Heavenly Village, and they would move even further away. On this day, they weren't the only ones who made such a decision. After a deeper understanding, many of the major forces of Big Dipper also made the decision to temporarily leave. And there were also many people like the G clan who had already started to retreat many years ago. Now, this had formed a consensus. The various heroes were truly stunned by the terrifying Great Chasm and the soaring celestial light from the 7 great forbidden zones for life. From this day onwards, the Great Xia Empire, the Zhou Divine Dynasty, the Foam Clan, the Jiang Clan, and the others all began a strategic shift. They would leave this star region and search for a way out. Inheritances like these all had deep roots and boundless resources. Now, they were finally no longer hidden. Ancient sages and sages appeared and brought their clansmen to the outer realms. Some even had their own ancestral planets, and they could still clearly remember where they were. In the end, even the Jade Pool also left, taking the divine fetus stone with her and leaving. This was a great retreat. Everyone was clearly aware of the danger. The so-called Golden Age, the so-called greatest change since ancient times, wasn't a feast for them. If they stayed, not even their blood and bones would be left. But would there be any use in retreating? Not necessarily. Many saints from the outer realms came. During this period of time, the people of the Big Dipper star region were shocked to learn that some glorious ancient stars had also experienced dark turmoil from the so-called outer space. The more they understood, the more solemn their hearts became. The opening of the path to immortality and the appearance of ancient supreme beings would not only be the most intense immortal war, but it might also be the most terrifying dark turmoil in history. But no matter what, it was most important to leave first. They left without any reluctance. The various great inheritances resolutely made their choices and rushed to the outer realms. Of course, there were also many people who stayed behind, and there were even quite a few. The ordinary inheritances had no choice, and the saints who were at the end of their lifespans didn't care about life and death. Even if there was no hope, they still had to fight. In reality, the foundation that had escorted the various inheritances away almost all had to return in the end. Many of them were already emitting an aura of decay and didn't have much time left. They were about to die in meditation and didn't have long to live. Could there be anything worse than this? So what if they stayed in the Big Dipper? No matter how bad it was just death. Other than them, there were even more saints from the outer realms. Many people had arrived. "I'll leave my sister to you." Before leaving, Ji Haoyue solemnly said to Yi Fan, "As long as I'm still alive, I won't let her suffer." Yi Fan nodded. Ji Ziyue was unhappy and rolled her eyes at the two closest people. Why did they have to say that? It wasn't like they were going to be separated by life and death. "Ziyue, return to the Heaven Village first. I need to confirm if some old friends have left safely." Yi Fan let Ji Ziyue, Little Nan Nan, Hua Hua, and the others go first. He had to bring up the rear. "I want to leave with you." Ji Ziyue insisted. "No, you must leave first. I, Sacred Prince, Ji Zi, and Black Emperor will only take one last look. We'll follow after you after a few places." Yi Fan didn't agree. This world really wasn't safe anymore, especially when people from the Undying Mountain were about to come out. To the Ji family, it was the greatest threat. It might be a disaster. The path to immortality would open at any time. This world might collapse in an instant. He didn't want Ji Ziyue, Little Nan Nan, and the others to be delayed. He had to leave immediately. Although Ji Ziyue protested and was unwilling, she was still persuaded to leave. Yi Fan went to many places. Dongfang Yi's branch of the Southern Mountains barbarian race finally retreated. The survivors of the 13 bandits also set off. In the North Pole, Tu Fei and the old woman disappeared. Li Ruoyu finally returned from the Taishan Noble Peak. He had already taken Zhong Wenchang with him. This great sect had almost relocated. "Wu Shu, you're so cruel. Do you really not want to let me go?" On this day, when Yi Fan and the others passed by the central region and passed by the Holy Cliff, they saw a bright light inside. The God Investiture Board left by Great Emperor Wu Shu was loosening. However, it released the most resplendent light that tore the sky apart. It was incomparably terrifying. The God Investiture Board on the Holy Cliff had loosened. However, the undying Daoist inside the mountain let out a despairing roar. It was as if he had a premonition that the end of the world was coming. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Ji Zi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely shocked. The Black Emperor, on the other hand, was extremely excited. With a trembling voice, he said, "Emperor, are you still alive?" Then, like a madman, he ran towards the Purple Mountain of the North. Chapter 1565. The Black Emperor sprinted madly towards the northern region. It was close to going crazy, and its expression was incomparably excited. Large beads of tears fell from its eyes. They had never seen such a sincere expression before. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't immediately follow. They wanted to give it enough time to adjust itself. They were also shocked as they stared at the sacred cliff speechlessly. The majestic mountains were completely black in color. They were all tall and majestic. They were all kings of the mountains, emperors of the mountains. Just looking at them would make people feel reverence. This was a patch of black mountain peaks that had been cut off by the undying mountain when the divine physique had quelled the chaos of the darkness. It had formed a unique terrain. On the sacred cliff, the bloodstains left behind by the great completion divine physique hadn't dried yet. At this moment, they were glowing like a scarlet waterfall. Why was the investiture of the gods loosening? Could it be that there was still someone controlling it? Was Great Emperor Wu Shi's divine imprint still alive? This made people puzzled no matter how much they thought about it. A loud roar came from within the sacred cliff. It was extremely oppressive, as if a great desolate beast was about to break free. It made people feel fear. That was the undying Daoist's roar of despair. Why was it like this? Great Emperor Wu Shi's investiture of the gods had loosened. Did this mean that he was still alive? Yi Fan and the others watched for a long time but couldn't find any mysteries. That's not right. If the investiture of the gods had really loosened, then this undying Daoist should be happy. Why is he acting like this? They were puzzled. The Black Emperor had said that Great Emperor Wu Shi suppressed the undying Daoist and didn't kill him immediately because he needed him. Could it be that the time had come for him to be used? Let's go. It's best if we don't go in. The undying Daoist isn't someone easy to deal with. Don't let him take advantage of us, said Yi Fan. The great completion divine physique's blood and chi had withered in his later years. He was killed by the undying Daoist. This was definitely an extremely terrifying character, a great supreme being of the ancient times. There were even rumors that this undying Daoist might be related to the undying heavenly emperor. The northern region became even more desolate. The path of immortal ascension was about to open, and a great crack had appeared in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. All the clans were moving. That place would definitely become the battlefield of the ultimate battle. The northern region, which was already desolate in the first place, became even more deathly silent. There were no signs of human habitation for millions of miles, and it was a barren land. Cries and howls could be heard from this desolate land. At the end of the horizon, there was a purple mountain that towered into the sky. It stood out from the masses as it pierced through the clouds with a majestic aura. The Black Emperor was crying here. It did not sense the aura of the Great Emperor Wu Shi, and the Wu Shi bell did not move at all. It was still lifeless without any fluctuations. Yi Fan and the others had arrived. Now that they had entered the Purple Mountain, they would no longer have a slim chance of survival. However, it would still be difficult to move anything inside. The Wu Shi bell hung there, unowned, but no one could take it away. So many years had passed, but the great bell was still the same, and the even more mysterious scripture did not move in the slightest. No one could open the imperial tomb here. The various ancient tribes, whether it was the ancient imperial family or the various royal families, all bordered this place, but no one could move a single blade of grass or tree. They could do nothing about it. The great emperor did not appear. He did not return. The large black dog was dazed. No matter how much of a bastard he was still sad at this moment. His true feelings were revealed, and he was loyal to Wu Shi. Let's go in and take a look. Let's take that immortal phoenix medicine away. Otherwise, if the supreme beings of the forbidden region come out, I think this place will be razed to the ground, the sacred prince suggested. The large black dog said solemnly, it will not leave. It is willing to guard this place, and will not leave for the rest of its life. It will accompany the Tao platform left behind by the great Emperor Wu Shi, and will not leave or abandon it. And the Black Emperor also believed that even if the most terrifying darkness chaos erupted, the Wu Shi bell would be able to guard everything here, and no one could break through it with force. 80,000 years ago, whether the great Emperor Wu Shi had passed away in meditation, or whether he had truly ascended to become a celestial was still unclear. Only the Black Emperor firmly believed that the great Emperor Wu Shi was the number one since ancient times, and there was nothing in this world that could stop his footsteps. Even the celestial realm would not be able to do so. He would definitely be able to forcefully fight his way in, and would not pass away in meditation. In reality, the great Emperor Wu Shi was indeed majestic and unrivaled, and when mentioning the other great emperors, people might discover that they had experienced bloody battles, encountered powerful enemies, and their lives had also been threatened. Only Wu Shi, no matter who made an enemy of him, no one would ever worry for him. When they heard about his past and observed his experiences, they would truly feel that he was unstoppable, sweeping through everything, and domineering all the way to the end. No matter who he encountered, the great Emperor Wu Shi would defeat them all in a single battle. There was not the slightest bit of suspense, and he would suppress them all to the end. In the end, when the name Wu Shi was mentioned, it was a synonym for invincible, supreme above the heavens and earth, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earths. When he was alive, no one dared to face him head-on. Even the supreme beings of the life-restricted regions would silently and dutifully defend their own places of seclusion. This was precisely the Wu Shi, an unmatched human race great emperor who had overlooked past and present. He climbed to the absolute peak, his aura devouring the world, looking down on all things, supreme above all. The great emperor definitely fought his way into the celestial realm alive, and I believe that he will appear in this era. He will come back from the celestial realm to take a look, because this world needs him. The Black Emperor's tears rolled down as he roared loudly. However, Yi Fan remained silent. He had previously entered the Purple Mountains with Duander and the old blind man, climbing up that grand Dao platform, picking medicine kings, truly understanding that place. At the very center of that Dao platform, there was previously an unrivaled male with his back towards them. When they got closer, they discovered that there was only a lump of ashes left. Although this result was sad, it was the most realistic, the closest to the truth. Turning into ashes, perhaps this was the final conclusion. "You didn't bring that scripture out either?" Yi Fan asked. "I can't move it, I can't open it. Apart from needing all of the Emperor Jades, I also need someone with the same bloodline as him to pour their blood over it before it can be opened." The Black Emperor shook his head, speaking the truth. There was a hint of sadness in his bell-like eyes. He insisted that great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive, but there was a different kind of fear in his heart. He faintly felt that the truth might be different, that this was most likely a tragedy. The divine seal decree was still loosening. It released endless light and in the end, it seemed to be sensed by the Purple Mountains. Suddenly, with a loud ringing sound, the Wu Shi bell rang out, shaking the entire northern region. This was too sudden, shocking all the ancient races. The supreme beings in the life-restricted regions all felt their hearts jump. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. The Black Emperor, who was howling in grief just now, immediately widened his eyes. He immediately jumped in and roared, "Enter the mountain." At this moment, forget about him, the entire eastern wastelands was in chaos. The great sect ancestors, the supreme experts of a region, as well as the unmatched existences in the life-restricted regions were all restless. This was too strange. Great Emperor Wu Shi had disappeared for 80,000 years. His death in meditation obtained the recognition of a few life-restricted regions, believing that it was real and not fake. Meanwhile, at this time, there were bell waves that spread through the world, shaking the entire eastern wastelands. These were clearly emperor-level fluctuations. How is this possible? He is still alive, 80,000 years have passed. Did he achieve immortality? How could he reappear in this world? There must be someone striking the bell, purposely creating this type of illusion. The world was shocked. Everyone revealed looks of disbelief, not daring to believe what they were seeing. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Fan grabbed the Black Emperor and said, "If we go in like this, we will undoubtedly die. Let's wait a bit longer." The Wu Shi bell was ringing. Even though the bell waves were gentle and did not contain any killing intent, this was only the outer layer. Presumably, no matter how gentle the inside of the Purple Mountain was, it was still not something an ordinary person could endure. "All right, let's wait a bit." The large black dog restrained his impulse. The bell sounds were long and drawn out. Every time it shook, it would resonate with the godly investiture list of the holy cliff, shining together. On this day, the main peak that had previously made the great and desolate Saint Physique flourish with celestial light. Meanwhile, the undying Daoist's despairing cry even shook the central region, leaving everyone shocked. After an unknown amount of time, the bell waves stopped. The surroundings became quiet. The Black Emperor was the first to rush out, searching for a secret path to enter the Purple Mountain, opening up an ancient path that had been sealed. Now, he had this kind of ability because he was familiar with everything here. After his attainments in formations reached the transformation level, he could pass through. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, a massive Tao platform was shining. Great Tao symbols flickered one after another, engraving themselves into the void like suns. And on that Tao platform, there was a snow-white skull that was surrounded by these Tao patterns. There was a pendant hanging from it that resonated with these laws. This was the skull that Yi Fan had brought back from the starry sky, and he had sent it here. Now, a weak spiritual imprint was transmitted out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What kind of emotion was this? The truth was transmitted into everyone's hearts. She used her heart to pursue the path of the female saintess alone, all for the sake of finding Wu Shi's footsteps. She continuously searched, entering the path that he had walked, using her entire life to search. This was definitely a prodigy goddess of a generation. She had also been surrounded by a divine halo, had also been the center of attention, and had once looked down on the world. However, she chose to give up everything and set out on her own, facing the cold and dark universe, searching and looking up. All for the sake of finding that person of the past, continuously searching behind his emperor's path. The endless years were the lonely path of the female saintess. In the end, she turned into a skeleton, passing away in meditation in a corner of the lonely universe. Just like that, she grew old alone, and no one knew her final feelings. This made people sigh. The Black Emperor couldn't help but roar. The only consolation was that in the end, her skull was sent here by Yi Fan, and she was buried on Wu Shi's Tao platform. Dillies. Suddenly, a clear male voice rang out, causing the entire Purple Mountain to shake, causing the Tao platform to almost collapse, and the great Tao runes became even more resplendent. Great Emperor! The Black Emperor shouted, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. He was sure that this was the voice of Great Emperor Wu Shi. Dillies. It was still the same voice, but it was much softer, with a kind of magnetism. This man's voice made people involuntarily think of the image of an unparalleled hero. Great Emperor! Great Emperor, where are you? The Black Emperor shouted crazily. On the Tao platform, a majestic figure appeared, surrounded by primal chaos. He was majestic, and his black hair was like a waterfall. It was a pity that one couldn't see clearly. He walked to the snow-white skull, lifted it up, and called out softly, Dillies. This was actually the name of the female saintess. The figure of Great Emperor Wu Shi appeared, and he was calling out. His voice was filled with sadness, and he used his hand to caress the crystalline face of the skull. He had fought for his entire life, pressing forward with indomitable will, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, breaking the eternal legend, standing at the peak of humanity, respected by the whole world. However, such a powerful great emperor also had such a soft side. This kind of sadness was completely different from his strength. This scene was both shocking and touching. At the end of the Path of Immortals, who was the peak, seeing Wu Shi's Tao become empty, the divine ranking that suppressed the holy cliff loosened, the bell of Wu Shi rang, and the appearance of this great emperor was shocking and puzzling. Chapter 1566. Is it really Great Emperor Wu Shi? Even Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that this powerful man was still alive? This was just too shocking. 80,000 years had passed. This was an extremely long period of time. Under normal circumstances, a true great emperor wouldn't be able to live for so long, not to mention that Great Emperor Wu Shi was already in his final years. His blood energy was withered, so how could he endure that kind of dusk? Great Emperor, I've waited for you for many years. Have you finally returned? The Black Emperor cried, completely different from his usual appearance. He was filled with emotions and incomparable sorrow. Little Black. After a light sigh, The imposing figure surrounded by primal chaos turned around and looked at the Black Emperor. He only said these 2 words. This nickname wasn't all that pleasant to hear, but Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi didn't have the slightest bit of a smile on their faces. They were all shaken to the point that their bodies were trembling as they looked at the high platform in shock. Did this man really have a consciousness? He could actually sense everything and talk to the Black Emperor. Great Emperor, bring me away. Whether it's to kill immortals or to barge into the immortal domain, you have to bring me along. Little Black might not be able to help, but he can help you relieve your boredom. The Black Emperor was shocked. The great sage cried out, no longer having the arrogance he had in the past. Instead, he was terrified, afraid that this was just a dream. The figure that was submerged in primal chaos had thick black hair. Just from his figure alone, one couldn't see a trace of old age. However, his true appearance couldn't be seen. He held the sparkling and translucent skull and walked step by step towards the depths of the high platform. Great Emperor, wait for me, the Black Emperor shouted and was about to pounce over. However, he was firmly held back by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. There were great Tao symbols densely covering that place, so he definitely couldn't barge in. Even the Black Emperor couldn't do it. They looked into the distance, and in the end, they discovered that the tall and straight figure carried the skull. After arriving at the depths of the Tao platform, he suddenly turned into a rain of light, dazzling and incomparably resplendent. Then, the rain of light slowly scattered. There was only a skull quietly floating there. Then, it slowly fell, landing on the ground. With a light ding sound, a translucent pendant flickered. Great Emperor! The Black Emperor went crazy and cried out loudly. He found this result hard to accept. Everything seemed clear, but it was hard to accept. This result was very cruel, and it was hard to face. The Black Emperor couldn't accept it the most, and his sorrowful roar shook the heavens. There was nothing he could do about it. Even great emperors had their later years. Their chi and blood would deteriorate. No matter how strong a man was, there would be a day when his flame of life would be extinguished. Although great Emperor Wu Shi was unparalleled and powerful, it was unavoidable. A great emperor who had his back to all living beings had too many mysteries in his past. However, it was precisely because of this that this powerful man would make people feel even more sorrowful. No matter how shocking he was, he would eventually step into his twilight years, and in the end, he would choose to leave the world alone. In such a great world, if we can't see great Emperor Wu Shi, if we can't see him face the ancient supreme beings of the 7 great life-restricted areas, then it would truly be a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. It could also be considered a form of consolation for the Black Emperor. Yes, the great emperor will definitely appear. I believe that he is still alive and in the celestial realm. Just now, he was talking to me through space and time. The large black dog seemed to be grasping at straws, and he roared with all his might. There was a light wang. Something in the distance was trembling slightly, and it released a peaceful light. Without a doubt, that was the Emperor's aura, and it was being released strand after strand. What is that? The sacred prince asked in surprise. It's an Emperor scripture. Yi Fan had come here more than once, so he naturally knew what was hidden in that region. Let's go. They pulled the sorrowful Black Emperor and walked forward, leaving this divine land that was worthy of respect and admiration. A massive scripture lay in front of them, and behind it, vines covered the ground. They were plants that grew in the mines of the Purple Mountain, and they exuded a demonic power. The thick stone scripture was currently releasing a gentle light, and the dust left behind by the passage of time was swept away. 3 large words could be seen on it: Wu Shi scripture. The stone scripture was more than 10 meters long, and it was also 1 or 2 meters thick. This kind of scripture had never been seen in this world before, and it was extremely special. The Black Emperor was also stunned. They hadn't brought any Emperor Jades, nor had they been watered by the blood of the natural Saint Physique, so why was this scripture releasing such a peaceful aura, and its radiance made one feel close to it? Catcher. A trembling sound traveled over, as if a dusty door had been pushed open. The massive scripture trembled and buzzed, and the Emperor's aura split apart strand after strand. This scripture actually opened on its own, and it moved slowly. Auspicious light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, and there was a misty aura within the brilliance, revealing the true scripture inside. This is. Everyone was stunned. Why was it like this? Wasn't it said that it could only be opened when the conditions were met? But now, the pages turned on their own, making everyone confused. Even the Black Emperor was stupefied. No one understood this place better than he did, because he had lived here for many years, but now, he couldn't understand. The things that happened today were too strange. First, it was the God decree that loosened, and then the Emperor's bell rumbled. Now, the scripture also opened, auspicious light swirling around it. Page after page of scripture were flipped. It wasn't a crashing sound, but rather a type of trembling sound that made the heavenly Tao wail. A grand scripture chanting sound rang out. It was even louder than the sound of the 3,000 great Buddhas and 80,000 gods and devils chanting together. It illuminated the mountains and rivers, as if a book had been completed, and there was no scripture in this world. Symbols flew out one after another. The Wu Shi Emperor scripture was being read, the sound deafening, making everyone's mouths and tongues go dry. It was truly hard to believe everything. They obtained the Wu Shi scripture just like that. Since ancient times, how many people had dreamed of this, yet not a single one had been able to realize it. And now, it had become a reality, placed before their eyes, waiting for them to comprehend it. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others walked up together, looking at this enormous stone book. There were Tao symbols engraved on it one after another, complex and unfathomable. It wasn't a scripture full of words, but rather Tao patterns. They had to be understood and comprehended on their own, and this was extremely difficult and complicated. Everyone's comprehension abilities were different, so there would definitely be some differences in the results. It's not the first page, Sacred Prince said. He wanted to use his hand to flip through the scripture, but he couldn't move it at all. The stone page was as heavy as millions and millions of kilograms, not something ordinary power could move. This was a broken piece that didn't match up, only a single paragraph. It actually talked about the great Tao of time, just too shocking. Just this page alone tugged at everyone's heartstrings. It touched upon the domain of time. This was enough to make the entire world go crazy. Unfortunately, when they flipped to this page, it was too damaged, only able to see this paragraph. It couldn't be connected, impossible to understand. If they tried to forcefully comprehend it, there would definitely be huge problems. What is going on? It opened on its own. Why is it this kind of page? The Black Emperor forcefully shook his head, feeling like this wasn't real. He reached out his large claws to flip through the book, but he still couldn't move it. GZ walked up, using the Void Great Emperor's natural laws, trying to flip it open, but the result was the same, not changing at all. One had to understand that they were already the great sage, moreover imperial sons. Just how powerful were they? However, they couldn't even flip through a single page. No one would believe them if they said this out loud. Something's not right. Since the Wu Shi scripture was opened, there is definitely a reason for it. There's no way it would just be a random page like this, right? Sacred Prince said. Yi Fan was the only one left who hadn't moved yet. When he saw them look over, he directly flipped through the scripture. With a honglong sound, as soon as he touched it, this scripture immediately seemed to have ignited, radiance resplendent. Emperor energy surged, splitting into two sides. Fortunately, it didn't rush towards them, or else the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Wong Wong sounds rang out again. The scripture was flipped again, striking towards a new page, and then it stopped there. Light gathered within, scripture rumbling, as if a divine drum was shaking the heavens. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Yi Fan actually flipped through it. Let's try again, see if we can flip to the first page. Everyone was filled with anticipation. This was the most mysterious ancient scripture, and today, it was finally going to appear, making everyone excited. When Yi Fan heard this, he flipped through the scripture again, but this time, it was useless. It was firm and unshakable, flowing with light, fixed there. Don't forcefully move, this is the only way, the Black Emperor said. This is a forbidden secret technique, GZ said, extremely shocked. The few of them moved closer, observing the symbols and comprehending the great Tao. their minds drawn in. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, looking at the Black Emperor. This technique was too familiar. This was because before his battle with Yuan Jiyu, the large black dog had once taught him this technique. This technique was called Wu Shi, and it was the most terrifying, able to return everything to its original state. You guys are really lucky to actually have this kind of scripture, quickly comprehend it, and obtain as many points as you can, the Black Emperor said. In the past, he had seen Great Emperor Wu Shi display this technique, but he had comprehended it on the wrong path, and the one he taught to Yi Fan could not be considered the authentic one. This was a shocking piece of luck, and the three of them naturally calmed their hearts and concentrated, doing everything possible to comprehend the technique. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor also began to ponder, restudying this scripture. After an unknown amount of time, they all opened their eyes, revealing a look of shock. It was really difficult, actually going astray, and even they themselves knew that the technique they comprehended could not be considered authentic. Do you know why now? This is the technique of the innate saint physique, and if you want to cultivate it, the requirements are too high, and you have to fulfill all kinds of conditions, the Black Emperor said. First of all, they had to first cultivate the most basic Tao building technique of this scripture, but it was a pity that no one could open those chapters. Moreover, even if they could open it, cultivating the early stages of the scripture would definitely be very troublesome, because this was prepared for the innate saint physique. Comparatively speaking, Yi Fan still had some accomplishments, grasping the core of the matter. It was because he had the two words holy physique, so he barely met the requirements. Without the Wu Shi scripture, it's not like you can't cultivate the foundational piece of Tao building. This kind of forbidden secret technique requires you all to reach the quasi-emperor domain, and if you all walk far enough in this realm, you can slowly cultivate it. The Black Emperor added. This was also the reason why it didn't focus on comprehending it back then, and instead comprehended the demon race's inheritance. This was also the reason why even the only creature that had followed Great Emperor Wu Shi couldn't recite this scripture. Memorize this secret technique and imprint it into your mind. It will definitely be of great use in the future. Once it was imprinted in the mind, it was impossible to erase it. At the same time, the Wu Shi scripture closed with a rumbling sound. The Emperor energy was restrained, and it could no longer be opened. Dang! The Wu Shi bell rang out, shaking everyone. It was unknown why it was ringing. At the same time, strand after strand of Tao patterns interweaved and spread over, but there was not a trace of killing intent. In that instant, the few of them actually felt as if they had been enlightened, as if they had seen through the source of this place. The barrier when they were comprehending the Tao just now was shattered by the bell wave. The bell wave forcefully broke through the shackles, allowing them to see the light. This was especially true for Yi Fan, who seemed to have returned from the wrong path in an instant. Why was this? They were bewildered. This is a gift from the Great Emperor. After entering the quasi-emperor realm, even if you all don't cultivate the Tao text, you can still successfully cultivate this technique. The Black Emperor guessed that it should be because Yi Fan had sent over the skull. When the divine list loosened and the Emperor's bell trembled, everything was sensed and something was stirred up. You're all wrong. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded from within the purple mountain. There were only these 3 words, but they caused their minds to tremble. They simply couldn't believe all of this. This was especially true for Yi Fan. This wasn't the first time he had heard these 3 words. Back then, in the ancient desolate forbidden area, the slender figure standing above the abyss had also sighed and said similar words. After so many years, he actually heard these 3 words again in this place. Was this a denial of eternity? At this moment, not only the Black Emperor, but even Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince were also suspicious. Was there really a great emperor alive in this purple mountain? Otherwise, why would there be this voice and all the abnormal things just now? Chapter 1567. Is Great Emperor Wu Shi still alive? Yi Fan said to himself, his expression serious. If this was true, then many of the past's common sense would be overturned, and it would definitely shock the human world. The Black Emperor had long since begun to tremble, excited to the point where he was worried about personal gains and losses. He was full of worry, and if this was all for naught, it would be difficult for him to endure. His hopes were shattered time and time again, truly giving him a mental blow. Perhaps there really is a heaven-defying method. GZ, who had always been a man of few words, spoke, his eyes revealing a strange luster. Great Emperor, I beg of you, please come out and meet me. The large black dog howled, shaking up the many minds within the Purple Mountain, his voice deafening. Sacred Prince's golden eyes shot out streaks of fiery light, sweeping through this place, wanting to find out what was going on. Too many things had happened today, all of them incomprehensible. It was extremely strange. Great Emperor, please come out and meet Little Black. The Black Emperor shouted loudly, starting to run through the ancient caves of the Purple Mountain, wanting to get to the bottom of it. However, no one replied to him. The spacious Purple Mountain was filled with his howls, resounding like thunder. There were no other sounds. Great Emperor, I beg of you, Little Black really wants to see you. The Black Emperor wept. He seemed to have gone mad, searching everywhere, his footprints covering every corner. During this process, he discovered an altar set up by the 8 divine generals, consecrating the undying Heavenly Emperor's supreme deity. It was extremely strange. The 2 words immortal ascension were written on that deity. However, it was shattered by a single palm strike. That palm imprint was so clear, even after endless years had passed. It was done by the Great Emperor, destroyed with Emperor-level power back then. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan and GZ were both shocked. That was the ancestral tablet left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor. What was he going to do? In that distant era, this was the ancient Emperor Mountain, the most sacred land that all the ancient races had to pay respect to. The undying Heavenly Emperor was buried here. Later on, it was taken over by Great Emperor Wuxia, and the people of the world had long forgotten the original name of this place. For the various ancient races, this was a land that was close to deities, connected to the heavens, able to connect with immortals. The large black dog's entire body was powerless, laying there, continuously growling, not willing to get up. Stop searching. That voice rang out again, resounding through the entire Purple Mountain. All of them shuddered, and the large black dog suddenly raised his head to look at the majestic Emperor Bell in the distance. Right now, the Wuxia Bell had already been petrified, and its entire body had turned into rock. It was impossible to see its original appearance, and it hung in the air above the Purple Mountain like a massive palace. Clang! The sound of a bell spread out, deafening, chilly, and peaceful. It didn't possess the slightest murderous aura of an emperor weapon, nor was it oppressive. On the contrary, it was like someone was filled with wisdom, and it allowed others to instantly attain enlightenment. However, it was as if the large black dog's spine had been pulled out. His entire body was powerless, and he lay limp in this place. Just like Yi Fan and the others, he clearly knew where the sound had come from. He was in complete despair. It was a god born from the Wuxia Bell, not the return of Great Emperor Wuxia. Woo, woo, woo. The large black dog let out a heart-wrenching howl. His entire body trembled, and his heart was filled with grief. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, which dyed the rocks on the ground red. The Emperor Bell had been startled by the investiture of the gods, and it had awakened. Was it the one controlling everything? Was everything done by him? As the sound of the bell continued, a stone wall in front of them was shaken until it cracked. Large pieces of stone fell off, and a Dao wall was revealed. It was obvious that someone often stopped here. Wrong. These 2 large words were engraved on that wide Dao wall. They were majestic, and it was as if they could crush the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as shatter the universe. Wisps of Great Emperor's chi were restrained, and they were faintly discernible. It was engraved by the Great Emperor. The Black Emperor's gaze could no longer shift away, and he became even more powerless. The sound of the bell stopped, and everything quieted down. Moreover, there was nothing left. The Dao wall was covered in dust, and the 2 words on it were covered by the dust of time. They could no longer be seen. Since things had already come to this, there was no longer any meaning in staying. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred imperial prince moved together, pulling the Black Emperor up and forcefully bringing him out of the Purple Mountain. Thus, he left the Dao ground where the supreme Great Emperor of the human race had resided in his later years. Awu! Waves of desolate, sorrowful howls came from this desolate land, like a lone wolf howling at the moon, causing one's expression to change. For an entire half a month, the northern region was not peaceful. This kind of mournful howl that sounded like a wolf's cry could be heard from time to time, causing one's heart to tremble. There were also cultivators who went over and discovered a large black dog pacing back and forth outside the Purple Mountain, bringing with it boundless sorrow. Think about it a little more. Yi Fan consoled, saying, in the future, there might be a miracle. After all, Great Emperor Wu Shi is not an ordinary person. Whether he is dead or alive is not certain. Perhaps, there is still that little bit of hope. At this point, the sacred imperial prince shook his head, unable to continue. It had to be said that the Black Emperor's ability to adjust was still very strong. After grieving for half a month, in the end, he retracted all of his sorrow and said, I firmly believe that the Great Emperor has fought his way into the celestial realm. If that is not the case, I will follow his path and inherit his will. I will continue to walk on this life, fulfill his wish, and find a final result on the celestial path. Only with a goal would there be motivation, and only when one was alive would there be vigor. The large black dog's spirit was much better. Yi Fan believed that with this bastard's thick nerves, as long as he thought things through, he would definitely be full of vigor in another 2 months. In reality, the three of them had all underestimated him. Only after just over 20 days had passed, he had already recovered. When he understood that a celestial burial diagram had appeared in the northern region, he was instantly full of vigor. A divine diagram that might be a product of the legendary era actually appeared in this life. What does this mean? This is definitely a great celestial fate. The ancient celestial being is unwilling to accept this, and has entrusted his hopes to the later generations. A few pieces of heavenly connection ancient jade put together to form a celestial Tao diagram. This is really astonishing. It is rumored that only the last corner is missing. Recently, a rumor had appeared in the northern region, and undercurrents were surging. Many people were searching, hoping to find the scripture depository of the ancient celestial being. Seeing the large black dog's excited and spirited appearance, Yi Fan was a bit speechless. His original words of consolation should have been used to feed the cat. There was really no need to pay too much attention to him. In the past month, the great cracks on the celestial path had intensified, and several great life-forbidden zones shone with light into the sky. Meanwhile, the undying Daoist's roar had weakened. No one knew what the result was, and no one dared to approach. This emperor has finally found out that the map is about to be completely gathered by an expert from the foreign realm, and there's still a corner in the hands of an ancient race expert from the northern region. There will be a big move in the next few days. The Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly, and it was as if he had been rejuvenated. You should go and cry. You shouldn't be so excited, Yi Fan reminded. Mother ***, how can you say that? The Black Emperor was indignant. Go and cry for a while, the sacred prince also said unkindly. Monkey, don't provoke me, the large black dog threatened. If he continued to tease him like this, he wouldn't bring them along when the celestial tomb opened. In reality, they really didn't have such thoughts. The celestial path was about to open, and they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Right now, they were quietly observing everything in this world. Regardless of whether it was emperor tools, ancient scriptures, or celestial treasures, to them, none of them were as attractive as the celestial path. On this day, the large black dog was incredibly excited, and solemnly invited them to explore the ancient celestial being's celestial tomb. In the end, the three of them all shook their heads and refused. That was because people from the ancient origin mine and the undying mountain had come out. They were paying attention, and wanted to see whether it was an ancient supreme being or an imperial prince. You'd better not regret this. The large black dog dashed away. However, he left quickly, and returned quickly as well. In less than 4 hours, he reappeared in front of the three of them, cursing and swearing. His square head and large ears were full of anger. What's wrong? You've been beaten back, and you want us to go and support you? Yi Fan was astonished. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor's expression became even more unsightly. His large black face was filled with resentment, and he bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. His expression was eerily cold, and he wanted nothing more than to bite down. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Something had definitely happened. Yi Fan and the sacred prince both asked, could it be that this large black dog had stirred up some trouble again? After asking a few more questions, the large black dog's large head drooped, and he said with a wretched expression, F***ck, I was the one who buried this treasure trove. The three of them looked at each other, and then couldn't help but laugh loudly. His own treasure trove had been stolen by someone else, so it was no wonder that he had such an expression. It's not what you think. The large black dog's large face was about to be flushed with blood, and his eyelids twitched madly. He stared at Yi Fan, and said, you buried it with me. Yi Fan was astonished, and his expression was filled with confusion. He rebuked, when did we bury a treasure trove? Damned dog, you couldn't have hidden something good behind my back, right? Did someone take that imperial sword that you didn't want to return to me? Upon hearing this, the large black dog became even more furious, and there was even a hint of shame and anger. In the end, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked as strange as he could be. What exactly did you lose? The sacred prince asked. Nothing, I just dug up a manure pit. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and pinched his nose as he spoke the truth. Then, he became even more gloomy and furious. This time, the three of them burst into laughter, and they rocked back and forth. The large black dog had left a long time ago, and he was extremely excited. After so much trouble, he had actually dug up such a pit. He was really about to lose his teeth. Yi Fan finally thought of something, and said, it's Jiang. That's right, it's him. The large black dog's face darkened, and he bared his teeth. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was extremely resentful. F***ck, that piece of jade was made by me, and it actually deceived the people of the outer realm. In the end, F***ck, I was forced to go and join in the fun myself. In the past, Jiangifei's younger brother, Jiangchen, was arrogant and domineering, and he acted without restraint. There were several times when he wanted to kill Yi Fan. In the end, Yi Fan and the black dog found an opportunity to suppress him, and they buried him and his uncle in a latrine pit, and sealed them up. After about 200 years, he had long since forgotten about it. He never thought that this treasure trove would be dug up by someone today. This was really going to be a big joke. Especially when the large black dog himself actually went to step on the mine in high spirits. This was really enough to make people pound the ground and laugh endlessly. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, even an honest person like GZ patted the Black Emperor's shoulder, and didn't know what to say. Needless to say, the sacred prince was laughing very unkindly without end, which made the Black Emperor even more annoyed. He wanted to use his large claws to scratch his face until it bloomed. Of course, the Black Emperor didn't dig the burial cave himself, because when he approached that area, he felt that it was slightly familiar. After that, it didn't take much effort to open the seal, and when a creature that was all skin and bones was unearthed, he immediately remembered everything. On this day, the Outer Realm cultivators cursed endlessly, cursing the people of Big Dipper for actually making these things. They even made the immortal burial treasure map old and forged it. To make such a scene, it was really immoral. This farce made many people laugh endlessly, and it became a joke after a meal. Not long after, Jiangchen, who had long been suppressed and confused, finally woke up. He roared endlessly, and swore that he would fight a decisive battle with Yi Fan and kill his entire family. Being suppressed in a latrine pit for 200 years was really a great shame and humiliation. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a life-saving magic tool in his soul, and it hadn't been found back then, he would definitely have died. Not long after, his uncle was also dug up, and another latrine pit saw the light of day. The Outer Realm cultivators and aboriginals were so infuriated that they started cursing endlessly without regard for their image. One was fine, but there were actually two manure pits. Before the great battle on the road of immortalization, this kind of thing that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. It really made everyone speechless, and they became a joke. Chapter 1568. The Outer Realm experts all pulled long faces. They were truly furious, and the participants were all incredibly ashamed. Especially the Black Emperor himself. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the ground. Many people had discovered that he had gone to the scene, and now, the outside world was discussing why he had followed, treating it as a mystery. "Let me guess, there might be something else underground," the sacred prince said with a smile. "Damned monkey, I'm going to kill you." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. He was humiliated and angry, clamoring to use force. The muddled account left behind by Yi Fan and the Black Emperor 200 years ago had now become a pit. This result really made everyone's eyeballs pop out, and the people searching for the immortal burial ground were so angry that they couldn't speak. "This emperor's craftsmanship is too good. I made it so old that it looked like the real thing. None of those idiots could see through the ancient jade." In the end, the large black dog, who was covered in dirt and had lost all face, could only find a trace of comfort like this. The north region was desolate. When they passed by the Jiang clan, only a few elders were left to guard the gate. The jade pool was the same. They had migrated en masse into the outer realm, and the original location was very desolate. There was also a large river near the Jiang clan called Jiang River. It was the same name as the river that had once existed on Earth, and the owner of the two rivers also had the same surname. When they passed here, an indescribable brilliance flickered in the depths of Jizi's eyes. This kind of anticipation was something Yi Fan had seen before when Jizi mentioned that he wanted to go to Earth to see what was going on and understand that Ji River. It was very similar. The path of immortal ascension was about to open. During these days, Yi Fan and the others had gone to the inside of the Sunstar, but they discovered that Duan was already gone, his whereabouts unknown. Everyone's hearts jumped. Duan's physical origins were too great. Although it had already been destroyed and was now being rebuilt, it still caused many thoughts to run through their minds. He had once said that he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity in this life. He was going to enter the celestial realm, and he wouldn't leave the Big Dipper. But now, facing the supreme beings of the restricted areas, what did he have to compete with? Where was he now? Of course, they weren't worried for Master Duan. This fatty was more cunning than anyone else, and no matter how they looked at it, he didn't seem like someone who wanted to throw his life away. Afterwards, they went to the Western Desert, where they discovered something shocking. Tens of thousands of temples in the Western Desert were uprooted from the ground, landing on Mount Meru. This mountain towered into the sky, and it was the first peak of the Big Dipper. It was boundlessly grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by numerous small stars. According to legend, this strange terrain was created by a single thought of the Buddha after he moved to this mountain, and it caused the main star river to descend. It was also on this day that the Western Desert Buddhists began their trek to Mount Meru. It was as if they had received the most important Buddhist decree. And Miaoi didn't come out of her seclusion. She descended on Mount Meru together with Lantuor Temple and was protected by the Amitabha Buddha's Great Formation. Billions of Buddhists moved together, crossing the realm gate left behind by the Buddhists and heading towards Mount Meru. It was as if they were carrying out an unprecedented grand Buddha sacrifice. With so many people and so much Buddhist light, the entire Western Earth seemed to have recovered. It was as if a giant Buddha had come from the ancient times, and was approaching the present world step by step, about to appear in this world. Moreover, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and the others also discovered that there were countless specks of light flying over from the outer realms, entering Mount Meru. That was the power of faith from the various Buddhist inheritances in the cosmos, and now, all of them were supporting this place. The fruits of the Buddhists are truly profound, making one unable to see through them. Boom! Outside the forbidden ancient desolate land, a great crack split open, and it became increasingly large. It made people's hearts jump. The saints who had escorted the great sage all returned one after another. The saints from the outer realms also arrived one after another. The Big Dipper was extremely nervous, and it was as if this was the last moment before a violent storm. The voices within the holy cliff were becoming more and more hysterical. The undying Daoist had completely gone mad. I wonder how much this vast mountain and river will be destroyed. The ancient supreme beings have taken action, and the emperor weapons have been completely revived. Even the ancient great emperor's formation protecting this star won't be enough. The multitude of living beings, the beautiful world of mortals, will perhaps blossom like fireworks and disappear. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others sighed softly, but they were powerless to stop it. The only thing they could do was to use their great magic power to collect a large number of mortals and temporarily send them to the outer realms. These days, they had always been doing this. The stars on the human ancient road, as well as the habitable space in the heavens, were almost full. And a place of life like Purple Star was also their target. A large number of living beings were transported over to temporarily occupy it. But there were too many people, so how could they arrange everything? There were all sorts of restrictions on food, clothing, housing, and other miscellaneous matters. The resistance of the local natives made them badly battered. Moreover, these rescued people didn't know the truth, and they weren't willing to leave their homes. The mortals had grievances. Moreover, because the number of people was too vast, it formed an indescribable mysterious energy that affected the bodies of Yi Fan and the others, leading to extremely bad consequences. The living beings can't be bullied. If we go against their wishes, even if they have good intentions, there will be calamity. They knew that they could only stop. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to continue, but they might also be bound by mysterious shackles and be consigned to eternal damnation. What should be done has been done. Let's be on our way. After one last glance at the Big Dipper star domain, they entered the starry sky, heading to the heavenly village to meet up with their old friends. In these days, they had returned more than once, because they had also transported a large number of people here. When they left, it was very peaceful, but when they returned, they felt that something was wrong. What happened? Yi Fan asked. In the depths of the starry sky, the Emperor of the Divine Court has issued another decree. He wants you to meet him. Ji Ziyue revealed a trace of worry. After all, that was a person who was about to achieve Tao. His aura could swallow the primordial universe, and he could look down on all races. He could really command the starry sky. He issued another decree. Yi Fan also felt a trace of anger. But that person was indeed powerful, and he still couldn't shake him. The person who issued the decree didn't find you. It was announced on the human ancient road, summoning you to have an audience, Qi Luo added. An audience? Does he really think of himself as the human emperor? How can he summon the human race's sacred physique so casually? Li Heishirei also followed here, feeling indignant and dissatisfied. There are also rumors that it wasn't the emperor of the Divine Court who issued the decree. Instead, it was a deputy sect master who found out that the brown-haired great sage's cultivation had been severed. He was furious and had people draft a decree, ordering you to go. Otherwise, he would slaughter you for millions of miles, Dongfang Yi said. The southern mountains' barbarian race had moved, and they also entered the depths of the starry sky. Dongfang Yi stepped onto the ancient road, and he was the first to learn of the situation. Then, he came back to deliver the letter. What a big tone. What an arrogant divine court. The sacred prince sneered. Back then, his father was a true sacred emperor, but he didn't act like this. A divine court established by a person who was about to achieve Tao actually dared to do this. Did they really think they were the rulers of the 9 heavens? The people of the heavenly village were all incomparably angry, but they also had a deep sense of worry. After all, that was an unrivaled character. If he really acted ruthlessly, Yi Fan would definitely be in big trouble. Wait for me to lay down the great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation and hide it between heaven and earth. We will come out 500 years later and kill him. The Black Emperor completely broke away from his disappointment and let out heroic words. The urgent matter at hand was that the heavenly village had to move. Changing the coordinates of the starry sky again was the best choice. In this chaotic world, staying away from disputes and whirlpools was the only way to protect themselves. Let's go, leave this place. The so-called Golden Age, the so-called eternal changes, let's leave it to the ancient supreme beings. Let those above the quasi-emperor realm fight to the death. We will quietly watch the Golden Age flourish. On this day, the Black Emperor carved the supreme formation. With his current attainments, creating a great formation to cross the dark universe was no longer a problem. We won't get lost, right? The Black Emperor isn't that reliable. Let's get ready. Who in the world doesn't know how unreliable the Black Emperor is? Last time, he even lost himself. Everyone began to laugh loudly. The large black dog had lost himself in the universe last time, and after he returned, he had always been the butt of everyone's jokes. However, this caused him to lose his temper, and he indeed couldn't refute this. Endless galaxies receded, and a desolate scene appeared. They headed straight for the desolate border of the universe, arriving at the most desolate and bitter land. They flew past one galaxy after another, but they didn't discover a single life star. Would they be able to jump out of the whirlpool if they reached the extreme bitter land? Would they be able to avoid this great era if they distanced themselves from this eternal change? No one could say for sure. On this day, auspicious aura surged in the eastern wastelands, and the sound of iron chains in the ancient desolate forbidden lands shook the southern region. The sound traveled millions of kilometers, shocking the world. It was as if a colossus was moving. At the same time, abnormal changes also occurred in the 7 great life-forbidden lands. The streaks of light that soared into the heavens became even more dazzling, tearing apart the boundless universe. The path of celestial ascension is about to appear. The people of the world were astonished, and the blood of the saints that came from the outer realms surged. However, they were also extremely nervous. Perhaps death was unavoidable, and everyone had long since anticipated the worst outcome. However, they had no choice but to fight. Countless elites, tens of thousands of races, and many sages didn't have much lifespan left. If they didn't fight, how could they be worthy of themselves and this great era? There were even some people who were still at the peak of their lives, and they also came. They stood in space, looking down, and didn't approach. They were waiting for an opportunity. If they didn't fight, how could they know that there wouldn't be an opportunity? Celestial ascension was the dream of all cultivators since ancient times, and it had never come true. All the ancient emperors and great emperors had speculated that the only path of celestial ascension would appear in this era. This might be the only opportunity. The people of the Big Dipper Alliance were almost suffocating, and the restlessness in the hearts of the elites became more and more intense. At this moment, there was no need for the ancient supreme beings in the life-forbidden lands to express anything. Everyone had already sensed it. The celestial gate was definitely about to open. 1. The first place that changed was the ancient desolate forbidden land. That day, the 9 majestic and majestic sacred mountains began to shake intensely. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. The sacred mountains in the forbidden lands were actually going to collapse. This wasn't caused by the immortal path, but rather by the people inside. Mist pervaded the air, spreading outwards. A tall and slender figure stood there, exceptional and proud. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were as clear as water. The mist was like muslin, making her look hazy and impossible to see through. However, everyone could see that the one standing within the indistinct mist was a woman, arrogant and independent. Her body was tall and slender, her appearance exceptional. Was she Huang? She was going to take action, making the forbidden lands collapse. Chapter 1569. Immortal tears green gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, divine marks purple gold, dragon marked black gold. Several chains released zheng noises, releasing heaven-reaching radiance, rushing up from the abyss. They wrapped around that woman's body, binding her, restricting her movements. There were some who said that she sealed herself, fearing that her flesh would become too powerful and cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in, using this to seal herself. In reality, she really was too powerful. Endless years ago, there was a quasi-emperor who observed from the distance, believing that it was useless even if he used a revived emperor artifact to fight her. Honglong. The 9 grand sacred mountains trembled, great cracks appearing one after another. The black cracks seemed to be connected to the underworld, dark and sinister. A type of indescribable power flowed outwards, devouring the Tao source of heaven and earth. In the distance, the experts outside the restricted region all felt their blood run cold. Even those as powerful as them felt their vital energy flowing out, turning into streaks of flowing light, entering the great black cracks. Everyone was horrified, especially the saints from outside this region. This was the first time they saw Huang's power, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't terrified to the extreme. They all flew out, staying far away from the great cracks in the immortal paths. The 9 sacred mountains were splitting apart, great cracks extending from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain. This was but a life-restricted region. When had something like this ever happened before? It had never happened before, making everyone's souls tremble. There was a type of mysterious mist there that condensed together with time, stripping away everything. As long as there were creatures that approached, they would inevitably die of old age, turn into withered bones, and ultimately turn into dust. What exactly was that woman trying to do? This was a restricted region that made one feel great reverence. They didn't know the owner's origins, didn't know what was below. It was the most mysterious place. Kai, heaven-reaching radiance flew up, entering the heavens, extremely dazzling. It was as if 9 silver streams fell from the heavens, separately connecting to the 9 sacred mountain peaks. Earth and stone flew outwards, radiance exploding. An unforeseen event happened on the mountain peaks. The 9 stalks of divine medicines were all uprooted, turning into blazing spheres of light, leaving the surface. Heavens, are the divine medicines going to fly away? Are they the ones that caused the 9 sacred mountains to crack apart? In the distance, everyone was shaken, all of their eyes staring straight at the auspicious light above the abyss. All of them were overwhelmed with emotions. That was divine medicine, who wouldn't want to obtain it? If they could fly out of the forbidden zone. The eyes of the saints were burning with passion. Their mouths were agape, and their hearts were beating rapidly. The undying medicine's stalks shone brilliantly, leaves sparkling and translucent, different from how they normally looked. They released their own undying radiance and power, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. Why is it like this? What kind of chaos is going to happen exactly? Everyone was confused, full of shock and confusion. At first, those who still had some thoughts in their hearts gradually became cold. There was absolutely no hope. That woman was standing on the peak of the mountain. How could she let ants like them succeed? That's right, even the sage was probably just an ant-like existence in front of that woman. If they were to really fight, she might be able to annihilate all the races in the world with a snap of her fingers. The mist became even greater. That mysterious power was still swirling about. Fortunately, it didn't surge out, all of it revolving around the abyss entrance. Otherwise, it might have been a world-destroying disaster, all life being stripped away. Meanwhile, the 9 stalks of divine medicines that were uprooted from the ground became even more resplendent. It was as if they were going to melt, becoming things of light substance, no longer possessing true forms. Did she want to destroy the immortal elixir? Everyone's minds were greatly shaken. She is refining medicine. It is rumored that this is the method of an ancient great emperor, refining a great medicine in the void, able to extend one's life. An old saint sighed in admiration. The more he understood, the more he felt fear towards that woman. She didn't move, only focusing her gaze, paying close attention to the process of this medicine turning into light. The path of immortality seemed to truly be about to open. Otherwise, why would she make such a move? Perhaps it was to extend her life, wishing to fight an ancient supreme being at her peak state. This was the speculation of many old saints. They all held their breaths, nervously paying close attention. They couldn't see it in the past, and they wouldn't be able to see it again in the future. An existence of this level made everyone revere it to their bones. Unfortunately, everyone guessed incorrectly. The great medicine wasn't consumed, nor was it destroyed. They were like 9 suns, suspended there, and then quickly rotated. Wunglong. Following the rumbling of the great Tao, countless great Tao fragments flew out, separating from the light, arranging themselves in the void, reassembling into a flying immortal-like rain of light. It was extremely brilliant. Everyone was stupefied, truly wishing they could immediately rush over, let that rain of light pour down, collect the endless great Tao fragments into their bodies. This process continued for a long time. Then, the 9 spheres of light rushed together, colliding, releasing the most dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, those great Tao fragments also began to refine together. At the center, they condensed into a sphere of light. It was incomparably large, resplendent and dazzling, crushing the void until it almost collapsed. In the end, under everyone's shocked eyes, an undying medicine took form, transforming into one. The 9 stalks merged into one, becoming a complete immortal medicine. It had 9 branches in total, every single one of them having different leaves, a total of 9 colors. It was sparkling and translucent, the entire stalk less than a meter tall. Its skin was like dragon scales, branches like flying phoenixes, extremely mysterious. This was its true appearance, its name the 9 Wonders Undying Medicine. Back then, the entire stalk was divided into 9 parts, separately planted on the 9 sacred mountains. Now, it finally became one, allowing the people of the world to see its true form, appearing in this world. At the same time, the 9 sacred mountains collapsed, rumbling with destruction within smoke and dust. The 9 divine springs dried up, no longer flowing, all of the divine water disappearing. This was a heaven-shocking great change. Enormous cracks extended outwards, reaching who knew how many li. The 9 sacred mountains ultimately collapsed. Meanwhile, during this process, the immortal gold on that woman's body released noises, all types of light flying about. It was as if there was heaven-reaching sword energy sweeping out, zheng-zheng sounds rang through the air. Those immortal iron chains were all broken, and she completely broke free. She stood proudly in the world of mortals, overlooking the 10,000 regions of the heavens. With a honglong sound, the great earth caved in, several hundred li around the abyss collapsing. There was actually an enormous expanse of ruins below. There was even an enormous monument within, towering majestically. 3 large characters were carved on it, Immortal Ascension Road. Those characters were extremely ancient, not many people among the saints able to recognize them. Some said that it was heaven-reaching immortal text, while others said that it was characters from the legendary era. How could there be this type of monument? Everyone was stupefied. Could it be that the immortal gate really was going to open here? It was because there were rumors many years ago that the immortal path would appear in the ancient desolate Forbidden Lands abyss. This woman occupied this place, becoming the lord of a life-restricted region. Wasn't this just too heaven-defying? We can finally confirm that Heavenly Jade Holy Land went crazy back then, all for the sake of charging into the immortal path. Everyone in Big Dipper sighed. In that era, an intense fluctuation had appeared in the eastern wastelands. There was a great void crack that split open, definitely an omen that the immortal path was about to open. In that era, the most glorious Holy Land in history constructed a heaven-reaching great formation, slaughtering their way inside with Emperor artifacts in hand, hoping to immediately charge into the immortal gate and ascend into immortality at the correct time. Unfortunately, they were wrong. The immortal gate didn't open. After the flourishing heavenly jade rushed in, the heaven-reaching great formation collapsed, so they couldn't immediately withdraw. Even with Emperor artifacts in hand, they couldn't protect their safety. The power of the ancient desolate abyss completely wiped out their bloodline, only a few people escaping while on the verge of death. There is another monument. Everyone was shocked. Who was the one that moved all of these over? It was rumored that in the beginning, the owner of this place wasn't a woman, but rather someone who took over later on. That was an enormous ancient monument. Symbols flickered on its surface, great Tao swirling about, turning into strand after strand of unmatched fist intent, erupting from that place. 6 Tao reincarnations fists. Someone cried out in alarm, seeing these large characters. As for the concrete cultivation method, they couldn't see it. It left everyone shaken, at the same time stirred up, wishing they could immediately throw themselves over. The unmatched fist method recorded on the path of immortality, this saying, is true after all, it is right here. Everyone sighed with astonishment, thinking back to those legends. The 6 Tao reincarnations fist was recorded on the path of immortality, and later on, it was brought out by the old lunatic, passed on to Yi Fan. Everything was true after all, not the slightest bit of falsehood, matching up perfectly. Enormous ruins, collapsed palaces, what kind of place was this? No matter how one looked at it, it was like an immortal realm's heavenly watchtower, suspected to have fallen from immortal domain. That type of aura left everyone horrified. What was that woman trying to do? Everyone was incredibly bewildered. The 9 sacred mountains collapsed, revealing the true scene below the abyss, making the people of the world speculate about the secret land finally see the light of day, also allowing everyone to see the truth. However, everything that happened today was too strange. On the ruins, a 5-colored altar floated, not falling. That woman descended with clouds and mist, 9 wonder divine medicine following behind her, arriving before the giant monument with the 3 words Path of Immortality engraved on it. There were more than 10 people who welcomed them. There were actually people in the ruins. Right, they are all desolate slaves. One of them was a white-clothed woman who looked like a modern person, her clothes no different from those of the present era. The other woman was recognized, most likely the number 1 beauty of the eastern wastelands from 6,000 years ago, Heavenly Jade Holy Lady. It was because that type of clothing was precisely her sect's Holy Lady Xia Yi. Apart from this, there was another person who was recognized, ancient sage Xia Feng from 10,000 years ago, someone who had previously had an audience with Green Emperor several times. As for the others, it was hard to recognize them. Their clothes were shockingly ancient, their origins impossible to discern. Clouds swirled about, not even the heavenly eye able to see through them, difficult to see their true appearances. The space between the brows of the restricted region lord that ruled over the mortal realm flickered with brilliance. With a hong sound, it was as if heaven and earth were hacked apart. There was actually an enormous gate of light that appeared out of nowhere, and then she entered with a single step. Everyone was flabbergasted by what they saw. Meanwhile, what was even more shocking was that the heavenly monument with the 3 words Path of Immortality and the ancient monument with the 6 Tao reincarnations fist actually turned into a pair of enormous gates, blocking that place, sealing off that path. This woman brought more than 10 desolate slaves with her, entering that path just like that, disappearing from sight. A mysterious world was cut off. Everyone was stupefied. Heavens, is that the Path of Immortality? Everyone was in an uproar. The giant monument's contents were extremely clear. All cultivators in the world wanted to step on the Path of Immortality, yet she entered just like that. Could it be that this woman waited until the most correct time? Was she going to become an immortal? The southern region erupted into commotion, a great earthquake happening in the eastern wastelands. It was unknown just how many people were shaken. This was simply unbelievable. However, not a single person dared approach, not daring to step on that path. It was because large amounts of mist rose from the ruins, submerging that place. This was a power that could deprive one of time. Chapter 1570. Meanwhile, almost at the same time, the great restricted regions all erupted with deity-like auras. Heaven and earth were thrown into chaos, vast and mighty, engulfing millions and millions of li. The great restricted regions all moved. The ancient supreme beings moved, someone was going to appear in this world. Immortal tomb, a mysterious ancient land. It was rumored that immortals were buried here. Since the ancient times, many heroes entered, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, always entering but never coming out. There were great mounds here, stone monuments, all of them incomparably large, suspected to be ancient tombs. It was one of the most dangerous danger spots in the eastern wastelands. Normally, this place was completely desolate, almost no activity heard. The enormous tombs were deathly still, not a single creature in sight. However now, there was heaven-reaching radiance in the central region, stirring up the 33 layers of heaven. There was a creature about to come out, the Path of Immortality about to appear. The ancient supreme beings finally couldn't sit still any longer, all of them displaying reactions one after another. A creature walked out from immortal tomb, surrounded by clear splendor, his true appearance impossible to see. Blood energy was at the peak of this generation, just a strand that leaked out already making the nearby great wastelands collapse. This wasn't like someone who paid a tremendous price at all, an existence that was already on the verge of decaying. He was still matchless and powerful, possessing unmatched might in this world. This was a violent storm. It wasn't a pathfinding servant, nor was it an imperial prince-level figure, but rather an ancient supreme being. He really did come out. In that instant, he restrained the strand of aura that leaked out. Only, his skull continued to release heaven-reaching radiance, linking up the heavens. This was impossible to hide. It seemed to be related to their current states. In that instant, ghosts wept and deities howled, heaven and earth trembled. Even deities seemed to be in fear. Blood rain poured down one moment, and then divine flowers bloomed angrily the next. Within the bloody radiance, sparkling flower petals fluttered about, strange to the extreme. Within a range of several million li, all creatures and cultivators couldn't help but tremble. A supreme being appeared. Even though his aura was concealed, everything restrained, it still made one feel as if a supreme deity had returned, an instinctive fear. The existence in immortal tomb had his hands behind his back. He raised his head towards the sky, as if he was recalling the glorious years of the past. Seeing the light of day again made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. In reality, it really was thousands of lifetimes. His every movement made the 9 heavens 10 earths tremble. He took a step forward, and a great path of immortal light appeared beneath his feet. It connected to the south, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. It had only been a single step, and he had arrived here. It was no different from the resurrection of an ancient emperor. Although the emperor's aura was restrained and not released, it still caused all living beings in the southern domain to be filled with terror. Everyone in the area couldn't help but kowtow. When an ancient supreme being came into being, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed. All spirits respected him, and all races in the heavens had to submit. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum arrived outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He gazed into the depths of the forbidden land. His eyes were deep, as if they were condensed from a vast ocean, deep and immeasurable. Upon closer inspection, the universe and galaxy were destroyed, the heavens collapsed, and the heavens and earth were split apart as all living beings were born. That kind of gaze made people palpitate. It was as if they were facing the founder of a new era. Even their souls were trembling. The supreme in the immortal mausoleum stared at the ruins at the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss, as well as the pair of huge stone doors. He took a step forward, actually feeling the urge to enter. What a pity, an old friend has been suppressed. This place has changed owners just like that. I wonder if he is still here or not. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum said to himself. When these words were spoken, all of the saints kneeling on the ground felt their fine hairs stand on end. It was rumored that the original owner of the ancient desolate forbidden land wasn't a woman, but rather changed owners later on. This was actually true. He obtained confirmation from the mouth of an ancient supreme being. He continued forward, wishing to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was unknown if he was going to demand an explanation for his old friend, or if he was going to enter the path of immortality. Right at this time, an imposing figure appeared in front of the enormous stone doors. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, and it looked terrifying to the extreme. It was wrapped within a thick mist, and it was extremely shocking. Everyone shivered inwardly. This type of roar was too terrifying, and the cultivators of the southern domain all felt that it was a bit familiar. They were all shocked. Everyone was stupefied. They suddenly remembered that occasionally, the forbidden land would erupt with demonic roars. It was precisely this voice. There was another unmatched existence in the forbidden land. Apart from that woman, there was another supreme being that was as enormous as a matchless demonic lord. You are still here, but you are no longer as magnificent as before. Not good enough. The supreme being from immortal mausoleum released a light sigh, as if he was a bit shocked. This was a massive creature that was 10 jong in height. It actually appeared out of thin air. Its golden fur was intimidating, and blood energy overflowed into the heavens. It didn't seem to match the ancient supreme being's words at all. There were shackles on his body that released hualala sounds. They were incomparably heavy, forged from divine gold. The saints' scalps went numb. If nothing unexpected happened, then this should be the original owner of the ancient desolate forbidden land. This was the true Huang. Who was that woman? Everyone's fine hairs fell down, shaved off by a wave of cold energy. They were all trembling inwardly. This was just too shocking. If she didn't come, I would have passed away in meditation, unable to hold on any longer. It was her who allowed me to live. The true Huang released a low voice. Within the golden fur and chaotic energy, a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. It left everyone horrified. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum stopped, not entering. It was because one could vaguely see that golden-haired robust figure releasing a strand of might, opposing him with equal harshness. Back then, you didn't leave with me, establishing yourself here. It was a wrong decision. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum said coldly. There will be a battle between you and me, but it won't be today. The golden-haired male's eyes became even more blood-red, revealing an unmatched domineering aura. It immediately engulfed the entire eastern wastelands. Then, with a flash of light, he disappeared. I will wait for you. I am looking forward to facing the only survivor, a battle. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum said coldly, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of misgivings or worry. Everyone was shocked. Who was this golden-haired male with blood energy that rushed into the heavens? He seemed to have an extremely great background, a matchless figure from ancient history. His background could be found. Shua. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum turned around, directly walking towards the great crack in the immortal path, leaving the ancient desolate forbidden land. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the several thousand jong long giant crack alone. Only after a long time had passed did the radiance in his original location explode. He immediately disappeared. From that day forth, Big Dipper Star region became chaotic. Several great life-restricted regions all produced even more terrifying fluctuations, streak after streak of light rushing into the heavens. It was rumored that this represented the number of ancient supreme beings, each streak of light a person, representing the glory of an era. That was their Tao, something that would never wither away. Every single life-restricted region had at least one streak of light that rushed into the heavens, while Origin Ancient Mine might have 3, or even 4, perhaps even the most. However, when the beams of light appeared together, the saints couldn't tell them apart at all, unable to see through them at all. Everyone comprehended the Tao of many great emperors, approaching the true bodies of several ancient emperors, becoming real in this world. There had never been a world like today, not a single supreme being appearing, but rather all of them moving. From that day forth, the experts of the cosmos all hurried over like moths flying into a flame. There were more and more people, boundless and limitless, groups of stars shining resplendently. This was a great world, so many experts appearing at the same time. The Quasi-Emperor didn't only have the 2 that appeared at the very beginning, there were more. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, the star domain shaking chaotically. Big Dipper Star region underwent extremely terrifying changes. 5 great continents, Eastern Wasteland, Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert all began to shine. What is that? Everyone was shocked to the point where their souls were about to fly out. The 5 great continents were like 5 colored altars, releasing different types of light, as if they were going to revive. This type of giant formation was truly unprecedented, shocking the world. Where were they going to cross? Could it be that this was the immortal path? Honglong. Everyone discovered with shock that when the 5 great continents surged with hazy radiance, outside the ancient desolate restricted region, the great void cracks became even larger, continuously exploding. One could vaguely hear the roars of true dragons, immortal phoenixes crying into the 9 heavens, ringing through Big Dipper. The immortal path really was about to open, getting closer and closer. Everyone seemed to have sensed immortal domain's aura, the immortal spirits of that realm roaring, descending all types of auras and great power. Wang. A divine spear tore through the sky, millions and millions of strands of auspicious light flying over from the depths of the cosmos, tearing apart the void, directly descending upon Big Dipper. Quasi-Emperor. This was definitely a powerful Quasi-Emperor. In this world, apart from Gari Joyo, there was no Quasi-Emperor in Big Dipper, yet someone from outside this region succeeded. Chong. At the same time, in outer space outside Big Dipper, there was a small metal boat that was less than 2 jong in length, its aura suddenly flourishing. The person inside actually directly ascended from the Great Sage state to the Quasi-Emperor state. After suppressing it for so many years, it's finally time to return my Tao fruit. I look forward to the opening of the immortal path. A voice sounded from within the small golden boat. If Yi Fan was here, He would definitely be shocked, because this was precisely the person who had done something to his body in the past. The old monk from the western desert saw through it before passing away, using the power of the Tao to help him get rid of it. After these two quasi-emperors appeared, they kept a low profile, quickly restraining their auras, because they sensed the immortal light within the life-restricted region and wanted to avoid it. Wang. With another loud sound, a blue-golden pagoda appeared. It was 33 layers high, representing the supreme 33 layers of heaven. Moreover, each layer had source energy descending like a heavenly river. It directly flew into this great star. Moreover, it didn't stop, nor did it restrain its light. From the western desert to the northern plains, then to the central plains, then to the southern mountains, and finally to the eastern wasteland, it circled in front of many magnificent mountains and rivers as if it was sizing them up. What a great star, leaving behind so many great emperors' footprint. This pagoda emitted this kind of voice, as if it was filled with endless emotions. With a rumble, when he passed by the undying mountain, he stopped for a short moment and gazed into the distance. The ancient supreme beings in the mountain were still dignified and didn't express anything. And when he sent a strand of his divine will towards the Tao understanding tree, and then aimed at the black tortoise divine medicine, a cold snort was immediately heard, causing the entire pagoda to tremble. Rumble. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted. A headless horseman soared into the sky, sitting on a stone beast. Its bowl-sized hooves shattered the void. Endless emperor energy erupted, engulfing the heaven and earth, crazily rushing forward. Scram! Even though he was headless, his voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the boundless sky and making it tremble,